Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well today. It has been a crazy night so far. Um, well, night/morning. Morning. Hi, Monster. Hi, Leah. Hi, Velveteen. Hi, Death. How y'all doing today? Let me do the last of my self promotion stuff and then we're ready to go. And it's an asana. How you doing, sweetie? Just want to jump. There to hug you? Well, of course. I'm a little bit tall. You gotta jump to reach me. Ooh, my internet is a little slow today because of all the rain right now. Yay. You always have to jump? It's okay. It's okay. But good morning, guys. I am currently waiting for my hash browns to finish so I can have breakfast. Because I am hungry. So hungry. There we go. Get that there. Now we're good to go. 30 degrees is a little too much for you? Oh, honey, I know the feeling. It's the humidity on top of that that makes it so much worse. Like George is shorter than all of the others because he's casted in Epic. You're enjoying running that joke. I bet you are. My God, guys. I have been picking up so many classes. I am exhausted. So nearly every day now I finish around, well, my Tuesday, Wednesdays, I finish around 7 p.m., get home at around 7:40. Then on Fridays, I finish at 8:30 p.m. and I'll get home until about 9:15. Wow. Um but yeah, I have been pulling a lot of overtime and I literally just started and it's only the third week. But I'm falling back into teaching relatively easy. It's like kind of getting on a bike and just going with it. It pretty much feels like the way public school did, but the hagwons or the academies here are very fast paced. Most classes are about an average of 35 minutes for elementary school and about 50 minutes for middle school. And tomorrow, oh, there's my hash browns are done. And tomorrow I continue teaching the genius in the one-on-one solo class. You guys have no idea how intimidating it is to teach a genius something. Because he's a prodigy. He's definitely a child prodigy, and he is extra smart for a 14-year-old. It's intimidating as hell, guys. I may be book smart, but I'm not that smart. My IQ is a little above average, but I'm not on that kind of level. Yeah, he's the extra smart. Mm-hmm. It was a little rough. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go ahead and grab my hash browns and today's drink of choice, which I have found at the convenience store last night, but I didn't find the rose one. I found Ultra Peach Monster. So this one's going to be interesting to drink. They may be smart, but what about street smart? Well, street smart mostly includes experience. I have street smarts, but not that much book smart in compared to this genius, this child prodigy. All right, let me go grab my hash browns, and I shall be back in a minute. Un momento. There are things he may not know. Well, true, true, true. That's because due to lack of experience, but that doesn't mean lack of intelligence. Be right back. True, 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 true. I know what you mean, Asana. I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, he's a good kid though. He's very smart, very kind, a little bit soft spoken, but overall, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's not some type of megalomaniac or some type of antisocial creep or anything like that. So he's got a good background. And all the whooshes that are happening to you, understandable. Um but yeah, the kids yesterday were great. So it's my Tuesday classes that are a bit rough. My Wednesday classes, the early classes are pretty rough with the high energy and the loudness. And then towards the latter half of the day, when it gets closer towards like 5, 6 p.m., that's when the students are more reserved and more calm, because that's the older students. And then on Fridays, I got a mixed bag of everything. So I enjoy the latter half of my Wednesdays, and I would say in the middle and the halfway point of my Friday classes. And then the one on one with the genius student is pretty chill. I just basically print out a bunch of pages from a textbook, from one of the Cambridge textbooks, and basically just start up conversations with him. We talk about current events, um, personal information like what his opinion is, critical thinking focuses, writing enhancement on essays and for exams, especially for the English language proficiency tests. Um, basically, just overall trying to pull conversation from him so he can actually focus on standard conversational English that doesn't sound awkward like he's speaking from a textbook. And hi, Pika. How you doing, girl? As long as he isn't like Sheldon Cooper. I don't think he's like Sheldon Cooper. Nah, nah, not even close. He's still more of a student who's just trying to figure out what he wants to do with his life. He's not exactly sure what his focus wants to be on. But yeah, let me go ahead and try this peach monster now and see what this is like. I'm probably gonna end up bouncing for the entire day. Because even though this is a pretty small can, um, half of the can is good enough for me to last the entire day. So, you good? Are you sure you're good, Pika? Do we need to clean up an aisle 69? Mm, okay. Mm, Not as peachy as I thought it would be. There's something in here that's preventing it to be completely peach flavored. This is supposed to be zero sugar? I don't think so. I don't know what it is. It doesn't taste like peach. And I would know because I'm like a freaking big connoisseur of peach flavored stuff. And this, it's more like a slight aftertaste of peach, but it's more like a peach pucker, like a chaser. If you were doing, let's say, a tequila shot or like a really big vodka shot after before that, it doesn't really have that peach tang. Peach Reserve? You mean Rehab? Rehab Peach is better than the Ultra. Again, because this is Korea, certain flavors are limited. I asked the cash register lady who does the stocking of the convenience stores, and they say they don't have that flavor in Korea yet. And they're not exactly sure if it'll ever come to Korea. So they only had the white can, they had the regular one, they had the light blue one, and then they had this peach one. And the yellow. Those are the only ones that they had. The yellow one was what? Mango, which I need to try next because I love mango flavored stuff too. Why the hell is my voice sounding like I'm going through puberty again? Am I losing my voice again? To quote the famous words of Yzma, is that my voice? Is that my voice? Oh well. I guess maybe I did too much shouting yesterday in classes just to tell them to be quiet. That I strained my voice. Blue is mango, yellow is pineapple. Oof. Shit. Two of my other favorite flavors. Okay. I'm going to have to give those a shot sometime next week. This one was on sale for 1.3. The others were at 2.3. So this was $1 off. So I was like, you know what? Couldn't find the rose, but I'll try this peach one because it was $1 less. But yeah, the prices are all going up, so it doesn't surprise me. But the fact that I paid almost $1.50 for this is, I know, a little entitled. I know. Poor people problems, right? But yeah, you had the El Mango Loco on Saturday. That sounds really good. But yeah, now that I have money coming in, I'll be experimenting on more stuff that I hadn't had the ability to buy. Um, but yeah, today at some point I've got to register for my criminal background investigation for my job. So I've got to go through the certification process for that again. Since I did leave to America for a couple months. It reset my previous CRC. So I gotta go do that today. And thankfully I could just register everything online. So I don't really have to go anywhere. They ain't cheap here either. $1.49. Yeah, so it's about the same. It's roughly. Ours is $1.30. So yeah, it's about the same. Close. But I can never find a variety. They're lacking the variety. If I go to Japan though, they have a whole lot of variety of stuff. But definitely their sodas over there are definitely different. They have a lot more sugar. I was like, I don't remember Coca-Cola having this much sugar in it. It tastes so sweeter. So much more sweeter. Wow. I was speaking in so much broken English that now I'm talking regular broken English in regular conversation. My teacher brain is coming back on. It was 50% off on weekend. Ooh, nice. I love sales, don't you? Um, yeah, this week went by really fast. Here it is already Thursday for me. So fast. Um, in USD, it's 2.15 a can. That is crazy. Since this was $1 off, so that'll be, I said what, $1.30, so it'll be $2.30 normally. No more price for a can of Monster is about $2.60. Yeah. You hope it's still on sale when you need more for your exams. When is your final exam, Monster? Mm, so yummy. But yeah, Pika, because of you, I had dreams last night. I blame it all on you, girl. All that Asterian content you were sending me. He popped in my dreams again. Which, speaking of, I need to set up my recording sessions for the Dark Urge run through soon. You got one on Monday, Thursday, and Friday, state examination pointing towards March. Wow, so you have until next year? Oof, it's a long time. You did nothing? That's a lie, Pika. I have proof in my DMs. Oops. Come back here on my fork. You cannot run away from me. It's inevitable. Mm. I don't see those as halos, Pika. You have horns holding up that halo. Oral one seems to be in July. Ugh. Honestly, I have a better time with written exams than oral exams. Because sometimes I get tongue twisted and I trip over my words a lot. So it doesn't always sound like it's complete, coherent sentences. When I had to take my German oral exam, I didn't do too well in German class. I was fine with the writing and the reading, but the speaking and the listening I was struggling with. Learning multiple languages is really hard, guys. It really is. You have to have a certain type of brain wave activity in order to be successful in it. And the older you get, the harder it is to retain that information. Which is why when I went to high school, I did Latin and German. Kept my Latin, but completely forgot about my German. Then in university, I studied completely in Japanese because I was supposed to have a second major in Asian studies, which that failed because I just stayed with law. And I took 2 years of Japanese classes and then became fluent by self-teaching. And now I have picked up Korean. My Korean is, I'm like on the intermediate level. So there are 5 levels with the proficiency exam. I'm on level 3, like roughly in the middle. My listening and my listening and my reading comprehension skills in Korean is good, but I am lacking in the writing and the speaking department. Because when I'm speaking Korean, I speak informally, which is not always a good case because Korea heavily emphasizes on the hierarchy structure here. So there's a certain way you have to speak to your superiors or people who are in higher positions than you or who are older than you. I speak what's called banmal. That basically means I speak informally or I speak to everyone on the same level as I am. I don't treat them as anybody higher or lower than me. A lot of Korean hierarchy systems do not like that kind of behavior or mentality. They see that as rude and disrespectful. And it's the same way in Japanese, even though I know I'm mostly fluent in Japanese with the exception of kanji. But even when I'm speaking Japanese, I don't speak to you based on the hierarchy system. I speak to you as if you're my equal, not higher or lower than me. So, and a lot of Asian cultures do not like that because of their prestige. Their prestige and their reputation is everything to them. So, by me speaking on their same level just means that I don't respect their prestige, which I don't really care. So, and I had already warned my director of the school beforehand that I don't speak formal Korean. So, and I have the same expectations of my students. Don't treat me like I'm some type of superior who cannot be touched or simply related to. I'm like, you could speak to me on the same level as I'm speaking to you, and we're going to be completely fine. I don't need to show off my prestige or my reputation or my title. Those don't mean anything to me. Because again, I don't give a shit about what people think of me. I really don't. So, and honestly, some people, especially coworkers, have called me refreshing because I come in with a different perspective and a different point of view. And I don't follow the traditional ancient ways of how things are going. I really don't follow tradition in general. And so they call me refreshing. They call me, what's the word? Starts with a P. Pragmatic, maybe is the word I'm looking for. I think it's pragmatic. Yeah. But, so I've got English, Japanese, Latin, Korean. And I've been trying to work on my Italian, but since I've been too focused on Korean, my Italian has taken the back seat. And I've completely forgot about most of my Italian I was studying. So I need to bring my Italian back up. And it's like between Italian and German that I'm kind of bouncing back between, but I haven't had time to sit down and study. Or really the energy to study. At some point in my life before I turn, I would say 45 or 50, I should have another 3 languages under my belt, hopefully. I do love learning languages. I do love learning culture. So it's just something that's always going to be a part of my hobby. So that way when I do travel, it does make traveling a bit easier on myself because I don't have to rely on translators or tour guides or anything of that nature. I can just go out there and explore the world. You should use your Rosetta Stone membership more than you do. I think once I get the money situated and everything, I will probably get myself a couple of Rosetta Stones. There's the thunder again. So she's making her second round today. Mm. 100% today. Not surprised. I'm thankful I'm not going out today. So it's going to rain until about 6 p.m. tonight. So now until 6. So it's going to be raining for the next 12 hours. We've already had 71 millimeters in the past 24 hours of rain, and we're expected another 67 in the next 12 hours. Humidity is at 94%. It's like Shrek's swamp ass out there. You was gifted a lifetime Rosetta membership? Ooh. That's nice. I could teach you some German, but it might be very informal. Huh. I only know a couple of German phrases. I can't remember shit about what I learned all those years ago. Like my Chinese, my German, and my Italian are basically dead now. My Spanish is barely hanging on there by a thread. Just barely. But I really need to sit down and focus because I'm just like all over the place with everything now. I've still been trying to time manage everything, but it's just been insane. They've been calling for rain, but it hasn't done anything. Oh, you're lucky. I could reteach you Norwegian. That would be appreciative. I would like that. Because I do plan on stopping by Norway, hopefully next year. Hopefully. If I can get my visa stuff sorted out. It needs a bit of rewinding. But since yesterday, yeah, that's to be expected. Let's see. But yeah, I gotta brush up on my language skills. For Norwegian, I was learning it in a month. I had the alphabet down. I had some of the numbers down. But then I kind of just stopped learning because of the fallout with a certain person. So, because technically they were helping me learn it. But yeah, I intend on visiting other countries depending on the visa situation. Right now, the UK is in hiatus temporarily. Because again, since I'll be traveling, it's going to be based on a business visa. Because technically it is a book tour, and it is for my job as a writer. I can't lie and say it's a tourist visa, because I'm not just touring. So, and because of the whole immigration policies and everything going haywire, especially in and around Europe, they're making it a lot more difficult to travel for people who are not residences or naturally born, what's the word? Naturally born citizen of any certain part of the UK. So, and especially since I'm a foreigner applying from a different country who's residing in a different country, not of origin. So it gets even more complicated because I also have to prove not only am I an American citizen, I also have to prove my residency and my visa in this country. So it's a lot more complicated, and it's convoluted, and it's crazy. And all of this internalized racism towards immigration and towards immigrants in general is absolutely insane. Just because I'm an American doesn't mean that I am exempted from getting racist and discriminatory behavior towards. Because, y'all, ever since I've been in Korea, I've been facing discrimination based on my ethnicity, my nationality, my gender, my mixed ethnicity. So I get it all the damn time. And it sucks. Because it's not like I can change who I am and what I am and how I was born. I can't change that. And I don't intend on changing that. So people are just going to hate regardless. And it sucks. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of craziness out there, and applying for business visas is not as easy as you think, especially if you're self-employed. If you're an entrepreneur of some kind or a small business, it's very difficult because you have to prove your intent. You have to prove what type of business it is. So you got to have a business license, your tax paperwork, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, definitely lots of hoops to jump through, and they're not making it easier as time goes by. Again, because of current political climates in and around basically everywhere at this point. They have made it so complicated because they decided that their opinions hold more value than actual truth. And that racism has skyrocketed because all those crazy ass people have come out of the woodwork. And we have allowed this to be normal behavior. But yeah, I will let you guys know how the process goes. I'll be starting that process either in December this year or in January, beginning of next year. Um, Usually, the turnabout for this kind of paperwork is about anywhere between 3 to 4 months, sometimes longer, depending on the backlog and how crazy stupid the governments are. So, the sooner I get it done, the better. But I have to wait until I get my registration papers in my hand before I can literally register for any of these business visas. Because I have to use that to get the tax paperwork from the tax office and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of going to the government buildings, getting the paperwork printed out, and notarizing said paperwork. So again, more hoops. But the closer my time is to traveling, I will let you guys know the itinerary. The ideal itinerary is to be in and around America late May and into June next year. Then to Mexico. Then from Mexico to Norway and Finland and Sweden. Then from there, go to the UK. Then from UK, come back to Korea. That's the intended itinerary. Again, it really depends on if I can get the registration for my visas to go through. For Norway and Finland, because they're not part of that whole Shenzhen area, I have to register each location separately for a separate visa. Now that the whole Brexit situation happened and whatnot, in the whole other locations of the EU and whatnot, yeah, they've made it extremely complicated to visit certain locations within the EU. And for every part or every location, you got to register separately. So that is what? 5 business licenses and 5 business visas that I need to register. And I can't do it through an agent because I'm self employed. I have to register and do it myself. So you see why this is going to take a while? Yeah, the borders are very complicated, and I understand. But it's not easy doing it when you're already in a foreign country. So basically, what I have to do is I have to translate my Korean documents into English, or the closest thing to the language that is accepted for certain occasions. And then I have to get it verified and then notarized in order to be considered an official government document. So this is why there's extra steps for me. Because everything that I do that's registered here is going to be in Korean, and I have to translate it into English for the American side. And then from the American side, I have to register with the other various countries that allows English English written documents. But I have to verify those. So I'm like, it's so convoluted. Whatever happened to our ability to be free, our freedom to choose what we want to do with our lives? The governments are so controlling. It's frustrating. Freedom, we don't have freedom. Freedom is an illusion. The right to choose is an illusion. There's so much control being given to the governments. It's insane. But, that's life. We allowed this to happen. But yeah, this year, come November, I am staying off the internet, minus my streams, of course. I'm going to stay off of my other social media platforms. I'm going to cut contact temporarily and be off the grid for at least the first week of November. Usually the last week of October, the first week of November, until election day is finished and over, I am going radio silence. Because regardless of what happens, I'm not going to be happy with any of the results. And I'm going to keep my opinions to myself because just like last election, I've been called quite a few things by former friends of mine. Just because my views didn't align with theirs. And I've lost a lot of friends due to the politics. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to jeopardize my ethics and morals just because you want me to choose the lesser of evils. Choosing the lesser of evils is still evil. You're not changing my opinion on it just because you put the word lesser in it. They're both going to be evil. And unless they actually start giving a shit about women's rights, going all hands off of women's rights, and actually caring about the minorities, and stop being racist and sexist and demeaning towards each other, I'm not going to participate in politics. So whatever they do is their decision. But I'm going to sit here and watch the world burn because people are selfish, they're rude, they're entitled, and any of the isms, it's going to be their problem. I'm just going to sit here and be like, hey, here's your sword you want to fall on. I'll just kind of nudge it towards the middle of the platform while you make that jump. Because that's the only assistance that I'm going to be doing. And I'm going to sit here with my popcorn and my drinks. And basically all you're going to hear from me is, I told you so. I refuse to be a part of a broken system that will not fix itself. And that hole that we built since the Bush administration has gotten deeper and deeper and deeper. And there is no candidate that has ever come forward that's actually been worth my time to try to fill up that hole. That's my opinion. That's my point of view. I don't see politics right now as something useful to me because the system is always against me. The fact that I can't have an abortion, a life-saving medical resource, I don't have access to. So if I accidentally get pregnant and I get an ectopic pregnancy, which means the child cannot have a viable life inside me, and it deteriorates and it dies and it poisons my insides. I can't get an abortion to fix that. Because now all the states refuse to accept the divide between church and state, and have now allowed their opinion to control a life-saving operation that I need in order to live. So a dead, broken, poisonous baby inside me is more important than my own life. Do you see how twisted and ridiculous that sounds? And yes, the only way to abort an ectopic pregnancy is abortion. You cannot let it naturally happen, because you can die from sepsis. You can die from the decomposition of that body inside you. There is no other way. And the fact that they got rid of that as an option is one of the stupidest things I have ever heard in this world. So yeah, unless somebody fixes that, I'm not voting. I'm exercising my right not to vote, because these people don't give a shit about saving my life when I need it the most. I can't argue with that. I can't fight it. So this is why I refuse to get involved in politics. Because until they allow me to save my own life, I won't get involved. I'm not going to give them my support. I can't. I morally, I ethically, and I humanely cannot vote for them. So I am neither Democrat or Republican. I am not anywhere in the middle, because nobody aligns with my beliefs that I need to protect myself first. That's just how it is. So I refuse. I refuse to vote, because none of the candidates are willing to save me when I need it. And if people are not willing to help me, I'm not going to be able to help you in return. It's a two-way street in this instance, and politics is always a one-way street, with blockades and potholes, floodings, rock slides, mudslides, volcanic ash and lava. It's never a beneficial relationship. It's not symbiotic. It is a lecherous relationship, and all they do is leech the life out of you until you're nothing but a husk. I cannot get involved in politics until it fixes itself, and that may not happen in my lifetime, and I understand that. But it's a broken system filled with broken people who are selfish and only think about themselves, and they use their religion and their ideologies to block people from living a normal, carefree life. And I can't do it. I morally cannot get myself to stand there and say, I vote for this person, when I'm lying to myself, knowing that they're going to lie about what they're doing, and knowing that they're not going to help me when I need it the most. I just can't do it. I really can't. That doesn't mean that you should feel bad voting. You exercise your right to vote as you see fit. That is all on you. But from my perspective, I cannot do that. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing for anybody or everybody who's doing it to vote. Vote whatever aligns on your belief. It doesn't matter. That's on you. That's your right. That's your privilege. I don't have that privilege. I don't get that privilege. I don't want that privilege until somebody is actually worthy of my vote. My vote is like a badge of respect. You have to earn my respect if you want that badge. None of these candidates have earned that right. They all suck. They're either not strong enough, or they're not morally or ethically proper. That's another thing. Exactly, Monster. I've never felt represented by anyone. Even with these female candidates that are coming up, they're not good enough just because they're female just because they're a woman, just because we're the same gender, it doesn't mean that they're going to align their beliefs with what I want. So I'm going hands off. You might see me quiet, or you might see me be a little bit more reserved around, election day in November, because I was already disappointed and broken the last election, because I was in class watching the votes happen in live time when I was teaching, and I actually shouted the word fuck. And my students were like, Kenchana, Kenchana, are you okay? Are you okay? And I was like, I'm Kenchana. I am not okay. America is dead to me. They're like, teacher, way. And I'm like, because of Trump. Things are going to be really bad in America. They're like, teacher, we understand. We don't like him either. Most South Koreans don't like him, especially when he was trying to enforce that anti-whatever weapon it was onto the shores of South Korea, because South Korea was worried that North Korea would see that as a sign of aggression and that they would kickstart the next war because they saw that South Korea was getting bigger weapons. And Trump was like, no, 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 I insist you have it. And that caused a huge tension for like the first 8 months of having that machine here. And South Korea was under so much tension with the North at that time because Kim Jong-un was like, you know what? I see you. And you know what? We are going to break the temporary ceasefire and we're going to kickstart our nuclear power factories again. And that's exactly what he did. We had a very short-term ceasefire treaty between the North and the South. This was back in 26, no, hold on. This was in 2017, 2018, somewhere around there, because I was still teaching in class in public schools when this had happened. And we did have a temporary ceasefire agreement with the inclusion that Kim Jong-un would shut down his power plants, his nuclear power plants that were creating these nuclear weapons. And with the agreement that South Korea wouldn't increase their weaponry presence. Okay, that was part of the ceasefire. And this is all factual. You can look it up online, whether it's in Korean or in English, it doesn't matter. This is all literally what happened and took place. But then, because this is the two-faced side of him, when Trump posted that anti-military weaponry thing here, I forgot what the name of the machine was, North Korea broke the ceasefire by starting up their plants again, as well as instigating a problem that we were having at the DMZ border. And then, to put salt in the wound, after that had happened, that's when Trump and Kim Jong-un got together for that meeting in Pyongyang. And that's when you see all those pictures coming out of him and Kim being all buddy-buddy. Do you see what that did to South Korea? And South Korea and America are allies. And Trump did the biggest butt-smearing shit stain of a thing that he could do by going buddy-buddy with Kim Jong-un of the North. Do you see why that is a problem? He became best friends with South Korea's greatest enemy as their ally. So if you are on the outside looking in as an American, from the American standpoint, you see that this is really a really bad political climate to be in. And I, unfortunately, because I'm an American, I got kicked and spat on and discriminated against by some of the elderly people here in this country. They called me a dirty American. They said, "Go back to your country. You're trash. You don't deserve to be here. You're a terrible person." All because that idiot is a physical representation of all Americans. And they see that as, if that is your president, his ideologies are your ideologies. And because he got voted in, I got treated like shit. So, yes, it does affect me, even 20,000 miles away. And yes, all the more reason not to like him. So, you see my stand and my point of view from being an expat living in South Korea, because it's a conflict of interest at that point. And now I'm going to have to go through it again. And there's not a damn thing I can do about it. So yeah, politics suck. And I get shit on for being either involved or not involved. So damned if I do, damned if I don't. Yeah, that's the problem. This is why I don't enjoy politics, because I'm always getting shit on. And it sucks. So this is why I get a bit heated about politics in general. This is why I don't like really talking about it or getting involved in it or having debates or speeches about it, because all in the end of the day, politics doesn't give a shit about me or people like me who are of the minority. Politics only really cares about that 1%. It's the white, rich, and famous. If you're not white and you don't got the moolah, you don't matter. You're just secondary class citizen. Maybe not even a citizen. You're just second class. So think about that before you judge me and before you dislike me for my political point of views, because since day one, I have always been shit on and nobody cares about me. So I've had to be the strongest, individualistic, independent person I possibly could to defend myself and live life the hard way, because I've never had anyone to depend on. If I need help, who do I go to for help? I don't have anyone to go to for help, especially with situations and stuff that are out of my control. So that's just how it's always been. And this is why I'm pretty self-sufficient and I'm pretty independent. And I do things all on my own without asking for help. It's not because I am egotistical or that I am, like Miss Independent kind of thing. It's because I've literally had no one to rely on my entire life when it comes to big life decisions. Because the system has always been against me from day one. And there's no fighting a lost cause. So I've had to find my own way through life by dealing with things all on my own, because that's all I'm used to. So when people are like, "What's wrong? Why are you depressed? Do you want to talk about it?" I'm not used to that kind of kindness because I never had it growing up. I've never had it even now as an adult, where people were willing to help me or wanting to help me. I'm just used to doing everything on my own as best as I could and just kind of getting through life that way. So it's not that I'm stubborn or that I'm arrogant or anything like that. It's just the only way I've ever known how to handle my life and handle life in general. I just do things on my own. Which is why when I look at the flunkies and the Goonies and, when I'm looking at a group of bad guys or whatnot, sometimes if you want something done, do it yourself. Don't rely on others to get things done for you. At least when you do something, you can guarantee that you want to do it the way you want it done and not on the hopes that somebody will get the job done the way you want it to, if that makes any sense. Welcome back, Pika. But yeah, sorry about that little rant slash vent slash complaint, I guess. I guess I'm just tired of people just putting their judgments all on me so quickly. Because I've had people call me a terrorist before because my ideologies on America are not very patriotic, according to them. That I am not thankful for being an American. But to me, patriotism can be toxic as fuck. And I'm not like that. I don't really have loyalty only to friends and family. That's it. That's where my loyalties lie. I don't have fealty to the country that I was born into. I had no choice in that. But America itself has never been united. It's always been broken. Their ideals and their beliefs have never matched mine. There's so much corruption that I'm too innocent to get involved in the corruptions, in the schemes, in belittling people, in, you know, ends justify the means kind of thing. I can't do that. So when it comes to politics, I just stay hands off because I just can't get into it. I get into really bad, serious arguments with people because they possibly cannot see my point of view. Hey, how you doing? It's going all right. How you doing, Weenie? But yeah, that's just how it is. The political climates have always been rocky at best, and I've never been able to align myself to anything. Because again, like I mentioned before, oh, Will, Richie, why aren't you joining her in the shower? I totally would be there. Um, but yeah, like I mentioned before, I had an argument with my government teacher in middle school, and we had to take a test to see if we were more left or right. I said I refuse to take the test. And even if the test results come out a certain way, it's gonna be a lie because I'm neither left or right, and I'm not even in the middle. But he argued with me for like 20 minutes of class, trying to force me to make a decision whether I'm left, right, or middle. So I was like, you know what? I'm lying, but I'm going middle. Ah, you're home now in the UK. Got it. Got it. Well, I hope all is well, and I hope you and Lemon had a good time together. You so miss Elden Ring. We're gonna go back to that next week. Um, I started the DLC. I did get a new job. I am now a private school teacher for cram school. I usually start around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I finish about 8 p.m. So long hours, extra classes. I'm loving the pay though. $40 an hour. I'm loving it. It's nice not being paid minimum wage. My whole life up until now. I've been minimum wage. You start a new job in 2 weeks? Hey yo, congratulations. You excited? Not as high as 40 an hour though. Yeah, I'm privileged in that area. Cause I am contractor. So I'm part time, but I'm hired as a contract. So my taxes are set at a flat rate of 3.3%. That was a negotiation. I said that's fine because as an entrepreneur, 3.3% is actually fairly decent compared to the others. I'm starting to feel the monster now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing or how hard I'm going to crash tonight, but expect me to go to bed early for sure. It's not bad, it just doesn't taste like peaches. I'm sorry, it really doesn't. It's called Ultra Peachy Keen. Not quite. The energy drink. The energy drink monster, not you. If I had my hands all over you, you wouldn't be able to think properly. Just saying. I have big, soft hands. These are very big hands. Just saying. Mm-hmm. Pink monster. But I'll try the pineapple one next week if I can find it. Hopefully they don't change the inventory so quickly. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. So, while we're chatting, let's do some Am I the Asshole stories, and you guys can judge these people if they are the asshole or not. Mm. Ew, gross. Oh, gross. Hold on. Oh boy. Nothing like having blood in the mucus. That's not a good sign. I probably popped a blood vessel in my nose or something. Mm. Mucus is disgusting. Stop it. You gotta lurk while you get your shit ready for tomorrow. Work. Ew. I know. I got a long ass day at work tomorrow. I'm kind of looking forward to it though. Okay. So this was from Landscape7. Am I the asshole for snapping at my husband in front of his family and revealing that he hasn't helped me like he claims? Oh, he's lying. Let's see. For my whole life, I, 30 female, have had a lot of anxiety when it comes to driving. It has never been too much of a problem as I live in the city and I can walk wherever I need to go. I have been married to my husband, Stan, 32 male, for 3 years, together for 6. Throughout our relationship, he has tried to help me learn how to drive. The problem is, Stan is not a very good teacher and gets very impatient and angry every time we try. We go to the parking lot of an abandoned warehouse sometimes. It's huge. Anyway, if I make one small mistake, for example, if I don't check my mirrors for long enough time, Stan yells at me. I would already be nervous at the wheel, but with all the yelling, it would cause me to break down and cry. I have a brother, Paul, 33 male, who I hang out with typically once a week. A few months ago, I was talking to Paul about how I want to learn to drive, but I'm very nervous about it. He offered to help teach me when we hang out. Paul's husband, Chris, was also willing to help me out, and they actually made me feel so much more at ease behind the wheel. I thought I was bad at driving, but it turns out I was just anxious. Another factor that made me want to learn, besides feeling that I need to do this, is that Stan has told me he won't have a child with me until I get my license, which I definitely understand. 2 weeks ago, on my day off of work, Paul and Chris took me to the DMV and I finally got my license. I also bought a used car a few years ago from money I've been saving up for years. I'm so happy and I has had the support from my brother and his husband. I thought Stan would be mad if I did all this behind his back, and he was somewhat disappointed that I didn't want his help. I love him so much, but honestly, he wasn't the right teacher for me. Anyway, on Sunday, Stan and I both had off from work, and he told me he had a surprise for me. He took me to his parents' house where they had celebration for me, basically like a little party congratulating me because I learned how to drive. Halfway through, my mother in law was giving a speech about how proud she was of me, but also proud of my husband for all the support and lessons he was giving me. I could feel the anger rising in my chest. Stan had been telling everyone that he was the one who had been teaching me to drive. I snapped and told everyone basically that the few times Stan tried to teach me, I always ended up crying because he would yell at me until he was blue in the face. The only people who helped me and gave me the confidence were Paul and Chris, and that, if anything, Stan made things worse for me, which was true. But now Stan won't talk to me. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, and sister-in-law are on my side, but my two brother-in-laws and a couple of cousins are on Stan's side. I kind of do feel like an asshole, but at the same time, everything I said was true. Am I the asshole? Nah, you're not. There are some people that do not have the patience to be a teacher or basically an educator of any kind. You have to have a certain amount of patience. This person, she's not the asshole, but her husband is. If he was willing to help her, he should learn to master his own patience and master his anger, because that's not the right type of mentality to be a teacher. I would know. So let's see what the commenters say. Not the asshole, but you are absolutely sure this is the person you want to have a child with. If he can't muster the patience to teach you how to do something, what is he going to be like with a 2-year-old? That is also a very good point. So this read my mind. Absolutely, OP. You will be in the worst pain in your life during labor. Will Stan be up to the task of shutting his yelling mouth? How will he handle a crying baby that needs help? Please think carefully. So honestly, I think if she wants to continue this relationship with Stan, they need to go to couples counseling. Or if they can communicate properly, he needs to go to anger management classes. That's really the only thing that might be able to help him. If she sees this as a big red flag, she's free to leave him. But you should not stay in a toxic relationship this bad that causes you this kind of anxiety for learning a basic skill set as an adult. If he even doesn't have the patience for a basic skill set, what makes you think he will have the skill or the patience for a child, for a life that you two are bringing together in this world? It's not worth it, to be honest. If he can't get a wrangle on his anger, you need to leave before he takes that anger out on you physically. Believe me, I understand that abusive relationships are very difficult to leave. I've been in one. I understand. But at some point, you have to learn to stand up for yourself and protect yourself at all costs. If that means leaving the love of your life to protect yourself and guarantee your right to live, you need to leave. Okay? So no, OP, not the asshole. Okay? Now this is a hypothetical situation, so it's would I be the asshole if. Okay? So this hasn't happened, but it's hypothetical. All right? So would I be the asshole for filling in a man-made pond against some neighbor's wishes? For the past several years, I've owned a property in a semi-rural area. It is a part of an HOA with only 12 houses over 1,000 acres, so we don't get much in each other's way. Oh. Well, you already mentioned the key word here. HOA. I know some countries do not have an HOA, and they're confused as to what an HOA does. Basically, depending on where you are, HOA is an organization or an association that's supposed to help with living arrangements in a community. Let's just put it that way. Legally, you pay them for trash services, for uses of any of the amenities nearby. Let's say there's like a public pool as a part of the amenity, or if you're near like a waterfront, there's like decks or piers that you can pay for to use if you want to go fishing or dock your boat there or whatever have you. So basically, it's just an association to where all the extra stuff that comes with living on your property, you can pay for extra kind of thing. Like, for instance, we have an HOA here at this apartment complex, and we only pay the HOA maintenance fees for like electrical stuff for the elevator, for elevator usage, and for trash collection. It's about $30-$40 a month. So that's what HOA does essentially. They're for essential core things. But in some areas, let's say Florida, for instance, they're notorious for this. They abuse the privilege of being an HOA and basically tell you, oh, I'm going to write you a fine for having slightly tall grass than your neighbor. You didn't cut your grass. Or your fence posting is an inch high, higher than the regulation. So we're going to write you up a ticket and fine you for that. There are some HOAs that are more notorious than others for abusing their privileges. Since you're reading about assholes, you might want to look at the people who are attacking repair linemen in Texas. They're still trying to fix electricity and people are... What? What? In Houston? Oh, this is Houston. I'm not surprised. Drawn guns, throwing rocks, threatening messages. Houston's prolonged outages followed Hurricane Beryl has some fed up, frustrated residents taking out their anger on repair workers who are trying to restore power across the city. The threats and confrontations have prompted police escorts, charges at least 2 cases, and pleas from authorities and local officials to leave the linemen alone so they can work. It's Houston. Again, just like our first Am I the Asshole stories, they don't have control on their anger or their impulses. They really don't. This is Texas we're talking about. They love their guns. They pet their guns. They fondle their guns. They make love to their guns, okay? I'm sorry, it's a generic statement. I know it's an umbrella statement, but it's true. Nobody loves their guns more than Texans. And it's Houston and Dallas, okay? They love their guns. They make love to them. They will marry their guns if they could, all right? So this honestly does not surprise me that they do. Beryl knocked out power for nearly 3 million people in Texas, with most of those in the Houston area, after making landfall July 8th. The storm unleashed heavy rain and winds and uprooted trees and damaged homes and businesses along the Texas coast and parts of southeast Texas. State authorities have reported 18 deaths from Beryl. In the Houston area, some have been due to heat exposure following the loss of power. As of Tuesday, crews are still working to restore power to some residents. Linemen are our friends and doing their job. Do not threaten them. I understand you're angry and mad and frustrated, but let's get through this together. They've investigated 5 cases involving threats made to workers and other employees, whether in person or online. See, like I said, Anthony Leonard, 38, charged him with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Authorities alleged Leonard on Saturday threw rocks and pointed a gun at a group of Centerpoint Energy workers who were at the staging area. See? See, I told you. They bring their guns everywhere like a pet. If they really could, they would marry their weapons. Okay? I am not exaggerating in any way. They're so obsessed with their guns. They would make love to them and make them their husbands or wives. No joke. Let's see. KPRC reported that a change of making a terroristic threat has been filed against a woman from the Houston suburb of Baytown. Again, that's not surprising. It's Baytown. The Texas Department of Public Safety alleges the woman made multiple online threats of murder, assault, and deadly conduct against employees, including Wells, at Centerpoint's headquarters in downtown Houston. Again, not surprised. And they're investigating a break-in of a Centerpoint vehicle in 3 cases where residents refused to let linemen enter their properties. You know what's counterproductive to get your electricity back on if you're not going to allow the repairmen to do their work? Do you see the problem there? Do you see it's counterintuitive? No, they don't think logically. Let's see. A suburban Houston neighborhood, several men stood across the street from them and held an assault-type rifle in a menacing way. Again, not surprised. They were fondling their guns in front of you. Let's see. And if anything, guys, again, if you want something done, do it yourself. Get yourself a backup generator. Take your power into your own hands. Don't rely on others. Do something about it instead of threatening and getting angry at repairmen. Get yourself some candles if you need light. Get yourself some bottled clean water if you need it for cooking or for fuel or anything, okay? Start building a emergency supply in your pantry that can include canned foods, water bottles, like the giant jugs of water, backup generator, backup batteries, flashlights. Think proactively. Prepare yourself for this, because Mother Nature is only going to get worse as the years progress, because we've got global warming at a global scale. Okay? Don't blame the problem on others who are trying to fix the problem. Put the power in your own hands. Do it yourself. Don't get angry at them. People are stupid. Texans even have their own electricity because they don't want to rely on federal structures. I wouldn't want to either at this point. Fondling what? Fondling their guns, Pika. But yeah, again, this thing doesn't surprise me that people are threatening using their guns. But it's Texas being Texas. It's like Florida men being Florida men. Texans are being Texans and fondling their guns. You have Texas with their guns, then you have Florida men with their alligators. It's the same concept. I really wish we could just de-annex them away from America and not be part of America anymore. Florida is like that one crazy black sheep uncle that you don't want in the family because he's either high on drugs all the time or he's drunk. And he fondles his pool noodle. Then you got Texans over here being extra special, not caring about anybody else's rights other than their own to bear arms. In fondling and holding and sexually assaulting their weapons. So yeah, it's just get rid of those 2 states. Just pretend they're not there. All right, so here was the HOA story. There is a common area that abuts. They meant adjacent to my property, and on it there is a pond that is fed via an irrigation headgate on a creek on my property, and a cut that runs from it through my property. I've come to discover this pond is a real pain. One neighbor used to maintain it without making a fuss, but he died. So dealing with it fell to me as the neighbor most affected by it, and it's a pain. People trespass to go fishing or having their dogs swim in it. People from outside come to ice skate on it. Totally not safe. It has silting problems. The head gate needs to be dug out every spring, sometimes multiple times. The cut clogs up and has to be cleared up. Then a beaver took up residence and kept blocking the outflow culvert, causing a flood on the neighbor's farmer's land. He was rightly pissed, and I got the brunt of it. I was clearing out beaver blockages several days a week. Nobody else in the HOA would help. That's typical, on par for HOA. I did some research and discovered that the water right for the head gate belonged to me alone, and not the association. Whoops. There was no easement for the irrigation cut, and cherry on the Sunday, the pond is actually on my property and not the common area. Had a survey done just to be sure. I also discovered it really wasn't a pond. It was a hole dug up to provide fill for our road, and the original developer just routed an irrigation into the hole and called it a pond. But explains why it's such a mess. A landowner a mile away is now digging out a proper pond, and he has to pay a ton to dispose of the fill, even though it is clean. I asked if it would help if he could put some of the fill in our pond, and he offered to pay for the privilege. I have closed the head gate and started draining the pond. Some of the members of the HOA have been yelling at me, saying they like the pond, just to look at it as they drive out on the main road. That's about right. Yeah, they're that facetious. So I said, okay, if you like it, pay up $10,000 a year for someone to deal with the nonsense. They refused and said that in the case the pond is getting filled and planted with native grass, using the money from the fill, they can call me a selfish asshole. Am I? So before we read the update, what do you guys think? Now that he's found out that this pond is actually a part of his property and it's not quite a pond, HOA has nothing to do with it. He doesn't have to pay HOA or anybody to do anything with his yard. That is a part of his property. He pays for it. So do you think he's the asshole for filling it in? Honestly, the answer is no. The neighbor who did this before he died didn't make a fuss about it. He didn't even have to do it. So legally, he's in the right. He can fill it because the original intent was just to fill it up. So no, I don't think he's the asshole. He even got a surveyor to go out there just to make sure that he was in the right legally. And he was in the right. And he was like, hey, dude, you don't need to pay all that extra money just to, dump the fill. You put it in my pond. That's a great idea. All right, so update. I already met with a beaver expert from Fish and Wildlife. They would have given me a nuisance permit to trap, but I wanted to try an exclusion fence. Nobody else wanted to pay for that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Expert said that if we lower pond, beaver would probably just move back to the creek. We do have fish in the pond, but isn't deep enough to support overwintering, so the actual sustained fish population is in the creek. Finally, I did speak to the local conservation district about the permit to drain. They said it should not be an issue, as they don't love these fake ponds and would prefer the water to stay in the creek to support higher stream flow. So he even did his research. He actually went through the proper legal channels to get this done, to make sure that he is not liable in any other way. That's a smart move. Most people wouldn't think about that. They would be just like, oh, it's my property, whatever. I'll just fill it, without thinking of the consequences. He did this the right way. So no, he is not the asshole. HOA can go fuck off, like they usually are told to. A lot of them are just really self-entitled old people who just have the prestige of being called an HOA, and they like the power and the right to tell you what to do or what not to do with your property. You pay for your property, and you still have to pay somebody to tell you what to do or what not to do with your property. HOA is stupid. You should only be paying HOA for certain amenities. Trash, pool, and those should be optional, by the way, for like the pools and stuff. Trash, of course, is to be expected because you have to pay trash collectors as well, and for the services of the trash. But the pool, the decks, the piers, maybe putting extra transportations on your property, like boats and stuff like that. All that stuff should be fine. But this guy's not the asshole. All right, have a good night, monster. Sweet dreams, hon. Good luck with your classes. Let's see. This one's from Successful Role in 1975. Hey, Pickles. How you doing? I, 34 female, was always growing up, told my mom that I was lucky and people would pay to have boobs my size. Long story short, I haven't lived with my mom for years, and over the years, I've gained and lost weight many times. Earlier today, I was visiting her and had taken a shower. I walked out of the bathroom and she's walking up to it. She makes a comment about how small and saggy my boobs have gotten. I said, I'm not wearing a bra, obviously. And she asked why I'm not wearing one. Look her dead in the eye, wrapped a towel, hair dripping. Why the fuck would I wear one in the shower? She took this as me getting angry and snapping at her. She asked why, and I said because she's asking ridiculous questions and making comments I don't want to hear about my body. Is it just me? Did I take her comment the wrong way? It seemed toxic to me. Am I the asshole? Women, we've got to stop doing this to each other and stop judging each other. Seriously. Everybody's boobs are different. No woman has the same boobs unless you've done a boob job like Pamela Anderson or whatever. But honestly, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. How you doing, Pickles? So no, she is not the asshole for snapping at her mom. Her mom is the asshole for, berating her body. You're part of the problem. You created that body. That came out of your body. Whatever deficiencies or whatever that we came out with, that's on you. It's your genetics. Oh, goodness. See? I think women make too big of a deal about their breasts. The person behind the boobs is more important. Well, it's true. See? What the fuck do you think we've been working so hard to accomplish all these years? If you've got a magic wand that will make it happen, please pull it the fuck forth from wherever you've stuck it. In the meantime, I'm not going to go around shaming women for having boobs that assholes look at. I sure as shit didn't ask for them. Nobody cleared it with me and my high school shop teacher or my cousin's husbands from fucking groping and kissing me at 15. Woohoo! I'm 65 and agreeing to play the game as a cop-out. Cussing at me won't change that. Absolute cop-out. We change the fucking rules. We don't continue to tolerate misogyny. Maybe you should have asked her to whip out her older boobs and see how she likes the attention on her own vulnerable body. Ooh, a comment got removed because it violates the civil rule. Ooh. I'm not on Reddit enough, so I don't really see things like this often. But no, she's not the asshole for snapping at her mom. Her mom needs to shut the fuck up about her boobs. Okay. This one is from Subject Chef 7051. Posted 4 hours ago, so this is relatively new. Am I the asshole for confronting a disruptive theater goer in front of my boyfriend? I was watching a film in a theater with my boyfriend, and the woman sitting in front of us kept texting with her phone screen lit to what felt like maximal brightness. She even took a photo of her friend sitting next to her with a flash. About a half an hour of this, I couldn't take it and leaned over and told her, "Your screen is distracting." She turned around, rolled her eyes, and glared at me. When the film finished, she got up and said, "I'm sorry, I had a situation to deal with. You didn't have to be so aggressive. You're lucky I was in a good mood." I told her I wasn't being aggressive, and she rolled her eyes again and left with her friend. Later, my boyfriend revealed that he was upset at me and told me I shouldn't have gotten involved and that it could have led to a physical fight. He told me to never do that when I'm with him again, that because I'm a girl, he might be in danger because people would try to fight him if he didn't shut his girl up. Oh my fucking God. Here we go again. Here we go again. I don't see how I did anything wrong. I didn't feel in danger, though I suppose what she said at the end was technically a threat. Am I not supposed to let people know they're being annoying? Am I putting him in danger? You know what my advice is for this person? Throw the whole boy away. He is not mature enough to have a relationship right now. At all. Throw this whole immature piece of shit boy away. Break up with him. Freaking telling you what to do. Because he's afraid there might be conflict and he might have to stand up and be a man and fight for her. The fuck is this? Are we in the 1940s? No. You're not the asshole. Your boyfriend is, and you should leave him. I was just at the movie theater the other day. I had to tell somebody to get off their damn phones. Because it is annoying. If it's an emergency, walk your ass out of the movie theater and handle the phone call / text message. Don't ruin the event for everybody else around you in the frickin' dark when everybody can see your phone light up. It's rude. So no, not the asshole, but your boyfriend is, and you need to leave him. My boob coolers are great to cover my face when I got a sinus headache. I mean, if they work for multiple reasons, use it. Use it, Pika. Let's see. Not the asshole. Tell your boyfriend to grow a pair. Sometimes people need to be called out for their bad manners, and it doesn't sound like you did it aggressively. Ooh, one of my pet peeves. You need to rethink this man. Exactly what I just said. Not the asshole, and your boyfriend sounds like an idiot. Yes. Yes. That because I'm a girl, he might be in danger, and people would try to fight him if he didn't shut this girl up. Girl, get rid of this guy. He's really saying he wants a passive girlfriend without options, without opinions to make his life easier. One of those alpha male shit. Just hope you don't get sinus headache and sore boobs at the same time. Life would be like, challenge accepted. Don't jinx it. Not the asshole. If she has a situation to deal with, she can walk her ass to the lobby. If people get rude, go get an employee. Exactly. So, OP, you're not the asshole, but get rid of that boyfriend. All right. Here for the Am I the Asshole stuff is their username. Am I the asshole for calling out a friend's hygiene? I wouldn't bring this to Reddit if nothing else had worked. I part-time live with my partner who lives with our friends. It's been a great arrangement except for one issue. One of the housemates smells like something died. I've noticed that he only washes dishes with water and no soap. Oh my God, no. Imagine the amount of germs that are just sitting around because this person's not being hygienic. This leads me to think he does a similar thing with showering. I've tried asking my partner if the friend is hypoallergenic and can't use most soaps. He isn't. He doesn't use any form of deodorant, body spray either. Ooh, I can smell that. It's gotten to the point where other people have asked us to tell him to shower or do something to fix the smell. He's been offered deodorant and turned it down even after people have insisted by saying, no, really, please use it. To which he said he likes his natural scent. He often naps and spends time in communal areas and know those areas reek. I had to hold my breath going past his bedroom. He's a lovely guy, but makes the communal areas into body odor hazards. I'm not trying to sound so harsh, but I can't be near this guy, and I'm not overly sensitive to smell. I need to tell this guy he absolutely stinks and is affecting his friendships and potential career. A very social career, but I have no idea how. What do I do? Yes, I've sprayed him with Febreze before. Update. Thank you for everyone for the responses. From all your input, I'll try and mention it discreetly as to not embarrass him, but after that, it's no longer my problem. You know, over the years, I have noticed that this has become a common factor in a lot of young men. I'm not going to call out anybody that I know, but there are some people in my life that I know, some family, who also have this problem with not using deodorant or using soap or body wash or anything like that to kind of take care hygienically. There's multiple problems with this. Number one, it's not only the smell. It's the fact that you're not washing all the dirt and the grime that you collect when you're going in and out of the house. There's so much germs that you're taking from the outside and you're bringing them inside. There's just so many problems with this. I wonder how often everybody in those areas gets sick because of this one person. Self-hygiene is very important. You need to clean yourselves. This is what stops potential diseases and sicknesses from coming into your home. Keep yourselves clean. Wear a little bit of deodorant. I can't avoid wearing deodorant. I stink like a mofo if I'm not wearing deodorant because I sweat so damn much, especially these summers. I need my deodorant. I cling to my deodorant like it's a lifeline. There is no way I can go a day without it. I don't know how this person manages to do that. I know his nose is probably immune or desensitized to his smell because he doesn't smell it as BO as like everybody else does. But you need to be aware that, especially if you're a growing man, you're going to smell. And you need to do your damnedest and your bestest to stay hygienic. And that includes your body odor. You stopped wearing deodorant and it's fine. Wasn't at first, but as long as you're somewhat not somewhere hot, it isn't as bad as it used to be. See? That's fine. But you're aware that you have a smell when you sweat. This dude doesn't give a shit. He likes his natural smell. That's just code word for being lazy. Because remember, if you guys know the famous stand-up comedian Gabriel Iglesias, he also had this problem with his stepson. His stepson also didn't want to wear deodorant either, and he was starting to smell. He was having body funk problems. And it took a long time for Gabriel to finally get it into his stepson's mind that you need to start wearing deodorant because it's affecting the people around you. You need to be more mindful of the people around you. I honestly wish smokers would be more aware of how they smell too, because smoking is like a residue. It clings to you and you smell exactly like what you smoke. And I honestly hate that because I struggle with breathing, especially when if I'm like in closed areas like an elevator and a person had just smoked something. I am suffocating in that elevator because I'm trying not to breathe it in. Because all that secondhand shit is bad. So I get frustrated when people are not recognizing that what they do especially body odor wise and odor wise in general, that they're not aware of the effect it has on people around them, especially in public places. So yeah, if I come visit people, please, for the love of God, do not smoke near me. Do not bring me to places where smokers are, frequent, and do not smoke around me or near me at all. Yeah, even though they're nose blind, it doesn't mean that they should not be considerate of others around them. Because it can be frustrating for some people like us who are asthmatic or who have breathing problems or who have sensitive respiratory systems. So, for the love of God, do not smoke near me or offer me any, because I will probably shove it down your throat and not in a fun way. That's fine. Dogs, cats, those are normal, natural smells. There's nothing you can do about that. But your own personal body odor, especially with your, choices in smoking and whatnot, that's a personal choice that you can fix. But dogs and cats, other pets, they have a natural odor that you can't fix. That's just a part of being an animal. But for humans, it's a bit more complicated because of our genetics and our hormones. But yeah, if you smell, fix it. Let's see, not the asshole, but the time for subtlety has long passed. I think mentioned to him that the way he smells is concerning and is starting to affect his friendships and could affect other parts of his life as soon as well. Emphasize that while he may like his natural scent, no one else does, and the reason why we have decided on common hygienic practices as a society is that our natural scents are clearly bothersome in general. Exactly. You quit smoking about 15 years ago? That's good. I mean, again, I'm not telling people what to do, but for my health and for my ability to breathe, I cannot have smokers near me. I can't. And that includes vaping as well. Vaping, I think, is actually worse because the smoke that's exhaled is a lot thicker than in cigarettes. And don't even get me started on cigars. I will go into anaphylactic shock near cigars because I can't breathe. My esophagus just like closes upon itself because it's so fucking thick. Hookahs do the same thing too. I literally cannot be around anyone who smokes anything. So please, when I come visit you in person, do not do it around me. If you need your puff, go somewhere else far from me because I cannot handle it. I literally, physically, medically cannot handle it. My grandfather was a chain smoker. He used to pack 12. He used to smoke about 12, 14 packs a day. He died of emphysema at a very young age. I was, 9 years old when he passed? So ever since then, it's kind of been ingrained in my brain that smoking equals bad. And then since I've had respiratory problems my entire life, that equals bad to worse. So I can never be around people who actively smoke around me. You have to keep your distance or stay far from me. And then if you smell like what you smoke, I need you to take a shower. Because even then, I cannot be in close physical proximity near you if you had just smoked something. I cannot. Just from the sake of my health and well-being, I can't be around smokers. That's the difficult part. And a part of my job when I was a bouncer and a security officer, I had to be around people who smoked a lot. And every time people would smoke outside of the door, if I was standing at the door, I would have to go inside and close the door because I cannot be around any of the carbon dioxide that's produced from the smoking. I can't be around it. A lot of people were making fun of me thinking that it was, just all in my brain. And I'm like, if you take a look at my medical records, it's proof enough. That's scientific proof right there that I literally cannot be around smokers. But You know, people will be people and they'll be selfish. Your mom and dad stopped around 2007, you think? Well, that's good. All right, I got two more. This one's from Throw RA Xylophone. Posted 2 hours ago. Am I the asshole for calling the police on my creepy neighbor? I will make sure I'm fresh as Daisy when you meet. You know it, girl. I'm a young woman living alone in a studio apartment with a courtyard view, so when I look out to the window, there's another apartment complex. For a few months now, I've noticed this one male neighbor staring at me often throughout the day and pulling out his phone, seeming to record and take pictures when I change or when I'm in my pajamas. I now try to keep the blinds closed as often as possible, but I don't have an AC, and I really need the windows open as it gets really hot in here. They open inwards, so I can't open the window if the blinds are down. At first, I gave the guy the benefit of the doubt, but even some of my friends have been running jokes asking, can we come over, or is that guy going to stare at us again? Today again, I caught him staring, and I sort of shrugged to him to let him know I saw him staring. He shrugged as well and pulled out his phone to record and photograph me again until I pulled the blinds back down. After asking my lawyer friend for advice, they told me to report it to the police as it could be considered harassment. I called the non-emergency line and they sent a policeman to get my report, and he went to give the guy a warning. The same policeman later called me saying that this was all a big misunderstanding, as the neighbor films a lot of videos for his social media and allegedly records himself in front of the window and not me. He also denied ever staring. Apparently he had some friends over, and they all vouched for him and laughed it off. On one hand, it's not like he was going to admit as if he was creeping. On the other hand, maybe he's right and I'm just a crazy lady who called the cops on a neighbor for no good reason. Either way, I'm embarrassed and I kind of never want to open my blinds ever again. Am I the asshole? My mother wants to, but can't bring herself to. See, that's the thing. I'm the type of person that believes that I can strength and push myself through anything with sheer will. I know people don't have the same mentality or the same mindset as I do. But if you will yourself to stop doing something, you can do it. You yourself are your own worst enemy. If you want to accomplish something or overcome something, you have that will and that firepower and that fire inside you to do it. It's all on you. But some people I know don't have that mindset and they find it difficult because addiction is a problem. I don't have addiction problems, so I can't really relate. So I can't empathize. Well, I can sympathize, but I can't empathize with people in wanting to stop smoking. I can't connect in that way because I can't relate. But honestly, if you want to do something, do it. If you want to stop doing something, then stop doing it. But again, I know people don't think that way. I know that they don't think the way I do. But that's just me, because I'm stubborn. And I'm willing to, like, strong arm through anything, really. Again, because that's what I'm used to doing. But a lot of people are like, you really are strong-willed and you're fearless, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah, I really believe that you can conquer anything if you just force yourself and will yourself to do it. And fuck the consequences, you know? Let's see, not the asshole. If you see him filming you in the future, take out your phone and film him doing it. Mm-hmm. So the judgment is not the asshole. But yeah, it would be frustrating to be put in this situation and you're not sure what to do. And the best idea is to call the cops. Get new windows that open outwards. I'm assuming this is an apartment. You can't really do that unless you ask the landlord to do so. And most of the time, the landlords will be like, no, you're going to pay me to do it. They're not going to spend the extra money to change the window from inverted to outverted. You've never seen windows that open inwards? It's pretty common in America in some places. A lot of windows open inwards. Um, Mostly in Korea, they have the double panel sliding ones that you can open, or you have the windows that open outwards. I don't like the outward ones because they lack the netting, so mosquitoes and bugs can come in if you don't have that net. Um, and I don't like the double panels because when it's windy or when it's raining or whatnot, you can feel the windows and hear the windows vibrating against each other because they're not stable, because they're not installed properly because again, cheap Korean architecture. But no, the best thing she can do after this situation is go to her landlord and ask if they can change the paneling of the window. So instead of having it open inward, they can have it open outward. And then she can still close her curtains just for that airflow to come in. She could invest in a small window unit for an AC if the landlord allows her to again. Again, because this is renting in a studio apartment, you have to ask your landlord permission to do anything, to do any changes to the apartment complex. So, and maybe she was on her last leg and she didn't really have many choices, and this was the best thing that she could do. But honestly, yeah, if you're recording stuff for social media and whatnot, if he really was telling the truth, be more mindful of the surroundings. Maybe angle, if you're going to do it in front of a window, maybe angle it so that way it doesn't look like you're recording your neighbor across the street. You know? But no, she did the best thing that she could do. As she didn't know. And he acknowledged her by shrugging back when she shrugged at him to let her know that she could see him. So it's not like he didn't know. Yeah, that was strange. All right, this is an interesting one. This is called Ornery Liche 4846. Am I the asshole for being paranoid about disloyalty? Me, 21 male, and my girlfriend, 22 female, have had a friend over and he's always been cool, but they text a lot. And she hearts a lot of his messages and walks out of the room when they are on the phone together in almost an avoidant way. He probably deleted it before the cop showed up, probably. Because nobody who's peeping is going to obviously admit that they were peeping, you know? They're going to make up some type of lie somehow. Well, anyways, while he was here, she said, I'm going to change my clothes, and picked up a fishnet shirt and pants that are completely see-through and grabbed a thong and a bra. Keep in mind that this outfit is more of a sexy sleepwear, not a let's have company outfit. Sounds like he's projecting. Our friend ended up having to leave early due to a situation with one of his other friends or something. She walked back into the room before changing and said, where did friend go? I said, he left with his friend. And she said, oh, damn. And then I guess she changed her mind about changing her clothes and just kept her usual clothes on. It didn't sit right with me at all. It got under my skin for some reason. Keep in mind that she was going to change to sexy time adult clothing articles. When I brought it up, she got defensive and said, baby, that's just your mental illness getting to you. I am not mentally ill or anywhere near it. I told her I was suspicious and that he won't be back in my apartment. She said, okay, but I can definitely tell she's not a happy camper. Am I the asshole for being paranoid about this and bringing it up? Is my concern legitimate? Or is it just that paranoia? Please help me come to a conclusion on what to feel/do. This dude's hardcore projecting. He's already insecure and already, without telling us, that he believes that she is cheating on him. Look how young he is. 21. That says enough. He's young, immature, and insecure. And blaming his insecurities onto her. Maybe they were going to go clubbing because, fishnets and stuff. That sounds like clubbing clothing. Or maybe at a bar. That doesn't mean she's cheating. Let's see what the commenters think. Everybody sucks here. Jealousy is becoming unbecoming of adults. Paranoia about infidelity is far more common than actual infidelity and is almost a sign of toxic control issues. There you go. Read through the sub for all sorts of ugly examples. If you can't trust your partner, you shouldn't have one. Her dismissing your worry as mental illness is also unacceptable. That is an insult to all of us who struggle with real mental illnesses. And while I will never say a woman should avoid certain clothing because it makes her partner uncomfortable, she should have been more conscientious in recognizing why it did and diffusing that. Hun, she was gaslighting you. Before you get all confrontational, you need evidence. From what you've written, the only conclusion I would have come is to something is going on between them or she wants it to be. Either she's on the hunt or she's already made the capture. Not the asshole, but eventually this will all come out. So I'm the oddball out. I called him the asshole, but everybody's saying not the asshole. But again, young 21 and 22-year-old, probably projecting. Maybe she is, in fact, going out to cheat or whatnot. But honestly, communication in this situation is key. You need to talk to each other. Ask her if something going on. Ask her why she decided to change clothes. Ask her who her friend was and what she was doing and why she wanted to change, but now not change. If you guys can't talk and answer truthfully, then you probably shouldn't be together. It's just that obvious. But people are always going to avoid confrontation and suffer because they don't want to communicate, which I will never understand. Passive aggressiveness is not the true way to solve a problem with communication. It's better to air it out and put it all up in front. That way it avoids miscommunication. But people be people. They just don't know how to talk to each other anymore. That's the frustrating part of things. I wish people would just talk to each other. But yeah, that was some interesting Am I the Asshole stories today. Ooh, goodness. Ooh. I hate it when energy drinks get warm. They're more sour or more bitter. Yeah, what'd you guys think? Which was the bigger asshole today? The movie theater one, not the movie theater one, but no, yeah, it was the movie theater one got me the most angry, most under my skin. Hey, you should keep your mouth shut because you're a girl, and then I might have to step up and get involved in the fight. Bullshit. There's so many more alpha male situations now these days, and it's so frustrating. Because I'm like, dude, the size of your dick don't dictate how much of a man you are. If you lack something, it's because you're lacking the proper brain to think, and that there's only enough blood circulation for one head. And you really need to fix that. Because not every woman in this world wants an alpha male in their life. I certainly don't want them. Because then it becomes competitive. They compete with me to see who can lift the strongest, who can lift more weights, who can do more anything really. Then you know what? It's frustrating. Because my existence emasculates those types of guys so easily. And they always have to puff their chest up and be like, oh, I got more testosterone than you. I'm like, you think you do. But you don't. You really don't. Why am I lagging? Stop it. There's nothing running. What the hell? Okay, that's a little better. Please don't tell me there's another frickin' update. And it looks like it's just OBS having a problem. Why? I'm getting an encoding overload and I'm not even running anything. What the hell? There's literally nothing running. I'm so confused. I guess no games today then. We're just going to do some just chatting and talking because for some reason OBS is tripping. And I don't even have anything running. No games, no nothing. But anyways, oh my gosh. This weather is driving me absolutely nuts. I think I'm only going to drink that much Monster and I'll save the rest of it for tomorrow. So that way I have the energy for school. But yeah, what has everyone else been up to? What have you guys been doing? And do you have any fun plans coming up in the future? My brother finally set a wedding date in June next year. So as a part of the itinerary, I'm going to be in the stateside somewhere around May and June next year, hopefully. All right, OBS, you are starting to really piss me off. I keep dropping frames. And nothing is running at all. As for what else is in the future, the Hawaii trip with my parents for their anniversary might be put on hold. It's strange. I keep dropping frames randomly and I don't know why, and nothing is running. I keep getting... Hold on. Let's see if we can watch that here. So here is my OBS. It's like every 15 to 20 seconds, I keep getting an encoding overload here on the bottom of my screen. And nothing is running right now. Just this. Just OBS and Discord. The only two basic programs I usually use to stream every day. Oh, now that I have it over here, it's not going to do it? Really, computer? You're going to make me look crazy in front of all my peeps? You're not going to do it now? Oh my god, computer. I swear. I will threaten to throw you out the window, even with the bars in the way. You'll be shredded to pieces. It's kind of like a Freddy Krueger's claws. Oh, see, there you go. Encoding overloaded. I don't know what's going on. I think it has something to do with the update OBS had yesterday? Or the day before yesterday? I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I won't be using any other programs today or whatnot. We're just going to do some just chatting until we wrap it up. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it really was because of the update. Let's see. Horse Racing Authority takes down sexual YouTube content after controversy. And these are the anime women in question. This is normal compared to what the Japanese and what some hentai do, okay? Let me go ahead and read the article. The government-affiliated Horse Racing Authority recently deleted a YouTube video depicting its horses as anime-style women after complaints that the content was sexually suggestive. Representative Yi Byung-jin of the main opposition Democratic Party of Korea confirmed Tuesday that the Korea Racing Authority has deleted the video introducing its racehorses. The video featured horses illustrated as anime-style women wearing skimpy outfits. Is thought to be inspired by a mobile game that also depicted racehorses as attractive women. The KRA claimed that it deleted the content because of copyright issues, but the video shows that the KRA has serious problems concerning its sexual awareness, Yi said. And you wonder why they decided to ban porn and make it illegal here in this country. Nobody can have fun anymore. Nobody. If this was so worrisome, how are the other mobile games getting through on the Play Store and the Apple Store? I have seen worse mobile games than this in ads that I get all the time on my phone. And they're worried about this representing their horses in a horse race, which is gambling, which is technically sort of illegal in this country. And this is the focus of their worries. You can see misogyny is a very big thing in this country right now, right? And by the way, this was our river as of yesterday. Oops, hold on. And that's our river yesterday. This is why I was worried getting home. All that rain we were facing yesterday. All that standing water going nowhere. Our river was so swollen. Oh, driver consumes additional alcohol after accident to hide drunk driving. That doesn't make any sense. Let's see. The South Korean prosecutor said Monday it indicted a man in his 50s for causing a fatal traffic accident last month, despite the man consuming more alcohol after the accident to hide his drunk driving. How does that work? Wouldn't your blood alcohol content be higher if you add more alcohol to your blood level content? It's in Jeonju. Okay. Jeonju District Prosecutor's Office said it indicted a suspect on charges of drunk driving in violation of the Act on Special Cases concerning the settlement of a traffic accident. The suspect is believed to have driven his Porsche vehicle into a compact car around 12:45 a.m. on June 27th in Jeonju, North Jeolla Province, while speeding and driving under the influence of alcohol. The accident killed the 19-year-old driver of the compact car and severely injured the passenger. But the police neglected to conduct a breath test on the Porsche driver, only testing his blood alcohol content 2 hours and 20 minutes later. He had drunk beer near his home by then, and his BAC level was tested to be 0.084%. He told investigators that he consumed alcohol only after the accident. Ah, now I see his intention. Despite the suspect's effort to hide his drunk driving, the police used a calculation called the Widmark formula to deduce the BAC level for the suspect at the time of the accident. The prosecution ultimately indicted him for drunk driving with an estimated BAC level of 0.36%, enough to suspend his driver's license. Okay. There are two problems with this story. Number one, again, my emphasis on how useless the police are in this country. You're dealing with a drunk driver. What is the first thing you do when you are investigating a potential driving under the influence case? What is the first thing you would normally do to either exonerate or indict a person involved in a drinking situation? What is literally the first thing you do? The breathalyzer. How the fuck do the police operate in this country if they can't even get Rookie 101 completed? You're dealing with a drunk driver. Potential drunk driver, sorry. Potential. What do you do in order to go through all the potential scenarios here to go through all the evidence? What do you do first? Break it down. Okay, this person potentially could be drunk. How do we handle this situation? Take a breath test. If their blood alcohol content comes out above the legal limit, they go to jail for drunk driving under the influence. Boom. Bing, bang, boom. Done. But what did this police do? What the fuck did they do with him 2.5 hours later after the crime had happened? What the actual fuck? Do you see why I keep calling the police incompetent in this country? They can't even do their basic jobs right. And now they failed this man for not giving him his proper due diligence in the justice system. He killed a 19-year-old because he was driving under the influence and injured another. This 19-year-old who died is not getting their due justice. This is epic fail. Epic fail. And it's sad to see that this is what it's come to. And even basic common sense escapes and eludes the police. And you wonder why that if we have a problem, we don't ever call the cops here. Because they're useless. This sounds like a cause and effect case. Distorted awareness, weak law, how digital sex crimes thrive in South Korea. Yeah, because you banned porn. What other outlet do you think people are going to have? This is called cause and effect. It's a domino effect. You ban something, they're going to go to something else. It's just pretty much common sense. South Korea has been taking pride in its high digital literacy, but such technological advancements, that's in quotes, in recent years have enabled perpetrators to exploit sexually explicit content on the dark web. A report on Korea's safety published by Statistics Korea showed that 10,605 digital sex crimes were reported in 2022. Double the 5,079 reported just a year earlier, thanks to improvements in protections for victims. I don't see any evidence in that. A total of 243,855 illegally produced and distributed sexual photos and videos were deleted in 2023, according to the data compiled by the Digital Sex Crime Victim Support Center, an organization affiliated with the Gender Ministry. The figure was up to 30,855 from 213,000 in 2022, revealing an alarming picture that more people are becoming victims of digital sex crimes. Experts argue that a distorted awareness of sex and weak laws that fail to promote public understanding of sex crimes' societal impact, particularly on minors, help such content proliferate. That's a big word. The lack of comprehensive sex education forms a pipeline of online perpetrators, as perpetrators offend out of a sense of curiosity and exploration, they say. No, they don't. It's out of a sense of power, entitlement, and misogyny, not out of curiosity and exploration. That's how it started out, but then they made the decision to continue that. And now we are struggling with illegal sales of fentanyl surge in South Korea. Let's see, they revealed that there were 202 online cases of illegal fentanyl sales detected by June 27th of this year. This figure is 3.2 times higher than the 62 cases reported throughout the entire previous year. Fentanyl, while used medically as a powerful painkiller, is highly addictive even in very small amounts. In the United States, the drug has garnered a notorious reputation with users, many who have become dependent on taking the drug on prescription, often observed wandering the streets in a zombie-like state. One commenter said, "My wife is a doctor at Korea University Hospital and said that a lot of Korean Americans are coming in and trying to get prescriptions for fentanyl, and if they fail, they just try other hospitals." Sad, really sad. Hey, our minimum wage for 2025 exceeds 10,000 won threshold for the first time. So it's like about close to 9 USD. Okay. I don't know how small businesses are going to be able to handle it, but it's a start. 1 in 5 South Koreans aged 65 or above. That's not surprising. When they literally said we were an aging society over here, it's true. But yeah, that's the crazy news in Korea so far for current events right now. You can see society is failing and people are getting crazier over here. And not just here, across the world too. Let's see if we can find anything interesting in the news. Mm. Mm-mm. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, yeah, I did hear about this ridiculousness earlier. So, former CIA analyst is charged with being South Korea's secret agent. Um, Indictment says Sue Mi Terry received luxury handbags and dinners at Michelin starred restaurants in exchange. All right. United States prosecutors have charged a former employee of the CIA for allegedly working for South Korea in exchange for luxury gifts. Sumi Terry, who worked for the U.S. government from 2001 to 2011, passed on confidential information to South Korea's government and lobbied on its behalf. according to the indictment filed on Monday in New York federal court. She allegedly began the secret agent role in 2013, 2 years after she left the U.S. government employment, and continued for a decade. In exchange, Terry was treated to meals at Michelin-starred restaurants and handbags and other items worth thousands of dollars, the indictment said. Her South Korean handlers secretly sent $37,000 to a think tank where she worked for public policy programs on Korea, according to the charges. The indictment featured security camera photos of Terry meeting South Korean officials in Washington, D.C. to be gifted items from high-end stores. It said allegedly included a $3,450 Louis Vuitton handbag, a $2,950 Bottega Veneta handbag, a $2,845 Dolce & Gabbana coat, as well as other items. A 31-page indictment said she admitted to the Federal Bureau of Investigation that she served as a source of information for South Korea's intelligence, which included passing handwritten notes on an off-the-record June 2022 meeting she was at with the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken about government policy on North Korea. The indictment charges Terry with failing to register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act and conspiring to violate that law. Despite engaging in extensive activities for and at the direction of South Korea's government, Terry failed to register as a foreign agent with the Justice Department as required. And her lawyer is stating unfounded allegations that she did it as an independent scholar and analyst. In fact, she was a harsh critic of the South Korean government during this time, and the indictment alleges, and she was acting on its behalf. Once the facts are made clear, it will be evident that the government made a significant mistake. So remember that we talked earlier about our current South Korean president's wife was also on a witch. She was witch hunted. Basically, people had thought that her and the Pope had exchanged goods and services, and basically gained favor that the priest or the Pope gave her luxury handbags for some type of information or some type of favor in return from the Korean government from the perspective of the first lady. So far the investigation has come unraveled, and it is not, there hasn't been any evidence to suggest that the first wife indeed colluded with the Pope for any type of favor for a luxury handbag. This seems to be what we call a trend. I think this might be a witch hunt too. It seems like I don't know. There isn't quite enough information because it is an ongoing investigation. But I would need more details as to what exactly she learned at the time of being an agent. Like, what was the information that was being exchanged? That's what I need to know. If it was government secrets or whatnot, I can understand the indictment in exchange for luxury goods and services. But if it's for anything else, I don't know. I need more information than that. Let's see. Really? Those are the most interesting things of the news today? Night night, Pika. Sweet dreams, girl. Go get some beautiful rest. Let's see. Night night, sweetie. I hope you have some really saucy dreams with some deep voices. And you know you will. You know it. Alright, let's see. Doesn't there look like there's anything interesting really for current events today. Breaking news today. Let's see. You know it, Pika. Uh, what's on CNN today? What the hell? This topic, it caught my eye. Italian officials slam tourist who mimicked sex acts on a statue of Bacchus in Florence. Oh wow, they were not kidding. Um Bacchus was having a great old time. I mean, he is the god of wine and partying. That's exactly who Bacchus was. Um She girl, do you know where this statue has been? Would you gonna listen to your sound clips before you sleep? Oh my goodness, girl. Good night, bad girl. Italian officials are trying to identify a young woman who was filmed kissing, humping, and grinding against a statue of Bacchus, the god of wine and sensuality, in Florence over the weekend. The country's culture ministry and officials in Florence have expressed their fury over the indecent, or after the indecent, after pictures went viral on social media, with the Florence mayor's office calling it an act that mimicked sex. Florence City Hall said the tourist has not been identified yet and suggested that she was presumably in a state of inebriation. You know, being drunk is not an excuse of being a jerk or a dick or a douche. You made the conscientious decision to get drunk. Therefore, it's your responsibility on whatever behavior happens when you're inebriated. That is on you, not the alcohol. They said that if identified, she would be fined and could be banned from the city for life, in line with an ordinance that prohibits any sort of abuse of cultural heritages in the country. The statue is a replica of the original created in the 16th century by sculptor Giambologna, Giambologna, who was influenced by Hellenistic sculpture and the works of Michelangelo, and who settled in Florence in 1552. Apologies for butchering the name. His original Bacchus is kept in the Bellagio Museum in the center of Florence. The replica stands on the street corner near Ponte Vecchio Bridge. This act has sparked a wide range of reactions on social media, from outrage to ironic amusement. Misbehaving tourists have been plaguing Italian authorities for years now. Back in 2022, a man was charged after a Maserati was driven down Rome's famed Spanish Steps. The same year, tourists were fined for surfing up Venice's Grand Canal. In 2023, a group of young tourists posing for pictures to post on social media were accused of toppling a valuable statue at a villa in northern Italy. I did hear about that one. Back in Florence in the same year, a tourist was detained accusing of damaging a statue in the 16th century fountain of Neptune in the Piazza della Signoria. Yeah, tourists have become a lot more unruly and disrespectful to culture and stuff lately. A lot more than usual. In our case here in Korea, the huge Chinese tourists agencies and groups have been the cause of our problems here for tourism, which leads to a lot of discrimination and a lot of problems in this country. What do we got here? Tenacious D cancels tour after bandmate's offensive Trump comment. Oh, boo frickin' who. They should still do the concert regardless. It's not unknown. It's an open secret that a lot of us do not like Trump. He's a convicted felon now. We have every right to not like him. Let's see. What else do we got here? This is why U.S. tourists have a reputation of being stupid. You're not surprised. How to avoid the stupid American stereotype while traveling abroad. Oh boy. Let's see. Read social cues. People in most countries are extremely polite. They would never tell you that what you are doing is offensive or socially unacceptable. Instead, they will most likely smile and nod before quickly changing the topic, running away, or ghosting you. It's passive aggressiveness. Keep the volume down. That's a number one thing I've noticed too. A lot of loud tourist groups. Loud. In social settings here, in public transportation, like on bus and subways, you're supposed to keep indoor voices like this when you're talking. Not like this when you're talking to the person right next to you. That kind of thing, you know? You have to talk with indoor voice. Talk low. So people don't actually have to hear your conversation, you know? There is such a thing. Blending in, that's not something that you can really work with. Street smart, yeah, definitely research where you're going first so you don't get completely lost. Know when, where, and when to avoid tourist traps. Read the news, yep. Keep up to date on current events in that place you're visiting. Learn some of the language. The learning the survival language part of things really does help you go along the way. When I first came to Korea, I learned what was called survival Korean. So basically, I learned how to count the numbers. Ask for directions, like giving directions to a taxi driver. Like I would say, let's say, I want to go to Seoul Station. I'd be like, KTX Seoul Station 가주세요. Okay, Leah. So I was like, please take me to Seoul Station. And then to give like other basic directions, you have Chikchin, which is straight, Wenjok, left, Orenjok, right. So all of that, you know, just basic pieces in language of the language is super helpful to know. Especially to try to get around places, asking for directions, saying hello, goodbye. Just basic niceties of the language. It's nice to know. I disagree with that. Do pack a lot of underwear. Don't listen to this one. Let's see. What else? Well, that article really wasn't that helpful. Let's see. Oh yeah, rest in peace to Dr. Ruth. For those of y'all who know who Dr. Ruth is, she passed away recently. If anybody was to teach you about basic stuff of sex, body parts, sexual health, Dr. Ruth was the one to go to. I actually learned a lot of what I know now from watching her videos over the years. Super useful, super helpful. She cuts through all the bullshit and gives you what you need to know. But if you haven't had the opportunity to watch any of her content, it is educational, by the way. Dr. Ruth was really good at giving information in a comical, slightly comical way, but also in a very educational way, like how to put on a condom if you never knew how to kiss, what the pleasure, the erogenous zones are, all that kind of stuff. It was very educational, very useful tool. Let's see. I did hear about that. Not going to talk about it though, again, not on this platform, anyways. People get butthurt talking about him, so. Um, COVID-19 is back. Are we sure about that, or is it something else? Let's see. COVID-19 have been trending up for weeks, according to U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The most recent data showed that during the week ending July 6th, there was a 23.5% increase in emergency visits for COVID-19 compared with the previous week. Well, considering that the 4th of July just happened recently and people are going to big events and groups and outings and stuff, that's understandable. Yeah, it's never left. The thing is, just like most other diseases and sicknesses and illnesses, it's evolving. It's adapting. It's becoming a different variant. It's never left us. We're still getting COVID cases too here and there and everywhere, but they said over 90% of Korea's population has been inoculated. So even if they do catch COVID here, the symptoms for it is a lot less, and there's a lot less likely of death happening. So, let's see. Why is the summer wave happening? Because people are traveling, they're getting out, there's less clothing, less social distancing. You know, people are going out to public pools, they're going out to the beaches, concerts, different venues and events. It's the summertime. This is bound to happen. Let's see. It's all common sense knowledge in this article. Ooh, fossils of an ancient shark that swam in the age of dinosaurs solve centuries long mystery. Oh, it's this guy. Complete side view of the ancient shark Phytocodus? Py- Tychodus? I'm assuming the P is silent. Tychodus. With almost all skeletal elements was uncovered in Mexico. Oh, that is cool. During the Cretaceous period, a genus of sharks roamed the sea with rows of unusual teeth. Mostly large and rounded, these chompers were not meant to slice through prey, but to grind and crush shelled creatures. However, since the shark's presence in the fossil record has mostly consisted of isolated teeth, scientists have been left to speculate on what the rest of this ancient predator looked like since the discovery in the 18th century. Now, remains uncovered from limestone quarries in the northeastern Mexico are finally giving researchers a clearer idea of what the shark's appearance including one fossil that shows almost all skeletal elements on an outline of a specimen's soft tissue body. The find also reveals that where the genius known as the Tychadus sat on the shark evolutionary tree and other previously unknown traits of this long-standing enigma. That's really cool. So that's what the shark physically looked like. So it was more round. So it's got like the more of a rounder shape head, like a beluga whale. And then it had like the round, jagged teeth for crushing shellfish and stuff. That's pretty cool. I like these kinds of things. This is pretty cool. We're still, even after all these years of, archaeology and digs and studying, life before us, it's still pretty cool that we're still finding new stuff. That kind of stuff will never not be boring. Places we should see. Yeah. Wow, that's a title. Prosecutors say neo-Nazi murder cult leader plotted to give poison candy to Jewish kids in New York. What is wrong with these people? You're becoming the very people we fought against in World War II. How does that make sense? How? Conspiracy theories spread widely after the first assassination attempt on the US president in the social media age. Why are we surprised? It's not surprised. He allowed this to happen. Again, I'm not going to talk about it. Let's see. Anything in the entertainment era? I can't believe they made a sequel to the Twisters movie. I don't know how I feel about that. Usually, when it comes to like natural disaster movies, one movie is enough. You don't really need a sequel to it. Like Volcano, what was it? Tomorrow Never Dies. All that kind of stuff. It just doesn't make any sense. Good night, Velveteen. Sweet dreams, sweetie. Let's see. I'm excited for Stranger Things season 5. This is the finale, the final season for it. Despite all of the controversies some of the stars have gotten themselves into or whatnot, I still enjoy the show. The writing behind the show is excellent. And it's one of these shows that wasn't predictable in the sense that I could predict every little thing that's about to happen for progression wise of the plot. They kept me on my toes, and I enjoy that. Not many shows and not many movies do that for me anymore because they have become very predictable. Because they want to please the woke generation and make sure that they don't offend people or work their way to offend people, I guess, and depends on the circumstances. But a lot of stuff like the Acolyte and whatnot, I can't even bring myself to finishing it. It's shit. They broke away from the main story. It's like a teenage version of the original Star Wars in Twilight form. It's more drama than it is actual story. And that's not what you do with something like Star Wars. So Disney kind of ruined that for me. So I can't even bother watching past episode 2. It got boring. I couldn't get it. Let's see. So Scarlett Johansson and Channing Tatum are in a space race movie. Space race romance movie. Fly Me to the Moon. Nah. Let's see. No, nothing really interesting in the world other than this usual political bullshit. Um, hmm. Nah. Notice how politics is like everywhere in a lot of the categories. It's so pointless to do it that way. And I'm very well aware that CNN also, has political slants to a lot of their articles. A lot of the times I go directly to the source for any information if I want the actual facts from anything, like the AP and any of the actual government oriented websites that are directly reported from the police and from prosecution. And why my stuff is not loading, I don't know. My internet is weird today. I need to figure out what's going on with it. If not, my computer is probably because of the weather influencing it. Let me see the behind the scenes stuff here of Stranger Things. They've all grown up. I'm actually kind of happy because Linda Hamilton is making a cameo in this. I wonder what she's gonna do. And they haven't announced the premiere for the final season yet. So, uh, man, I'm excited though they're finally getting around to finishing it because all the strikes and everything that were happening really delayed the project. In Thailand, cyanide poisoning. Could care less about those. Ingrid Edris says she's checking into rehab after viral national anthem performance. I was drunk that night. Oof. Honey. More Minions. I need to see the new Minions movie. Oh my god. Drew having his own Gru having his own baby with her and she's just so cute. It's like little Jack Jack from Incredibles. She's so cute. I love it. Okay, well, I guess that's that for that. Not much news in the news of things lately. I'm feeling lucky. Okay, that's random. Find your doodle. Okay. What's this doodles thing? Okay, that's kind of lame. The only cool one is the Astro Boy one. The fifth birthday of Astro Boy and the 80th anniversary of Osamu Tezuka. And maybe the Leonora Carrington's 98th birthday picture. Kind of cool. And that was a little lame though. I'm feeling lucky. Nope. Okay, never mind. It's just that thing. I could do it in Korean too. Nope. Hmm. Yeah, doesn't really help me. All right, let's see. We haven't done the. Hold on a second. We haven't done the generator for a while. Let's do one fanfic generator. If my internet. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there's something going on with my internet today. I've never had it this bad before. Oh, they changed the background. This is pretty. All right, I need to zoom because I am blind. I wonder if they added something new. Okay, let's check out some new stuff. We're gonna ramp all that up. I'm gonna keep that at 50%. Yeah. All right, guys. For those of y'all who are still listening, what should my superpower be? Hmm. Shit, I'm gonna end up finishing this. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I hear you, cicada. Shut the fuck up and let the rain kill you, please. Uh, let's see. My superpower. Dream giver. Okay. I'm a dream influencer. Okay. Ooh, even better yet, dream walker. I can walk into your dreams and influence it. That's a cool idea. All right, my hobby. Let's see. My hobby. Let's do sword play. Is my hobby. Hometown. You know what? Let's just bring it in. We'll do an Austin, Texas. See what kind of craziness can happen there. Alrighty, who wants to be my sidekicks? I need 2 boys and 2 girls. Me? Okay, Leah, you'll be sidekick girl number 1. Now I need 2 male sidekicks and 1 female sidekick. We'll do any and any, so it's randomized. You know what? How do you feel like being the villain, Death? Do you want to be the villain or the author? You were the author last time, I think. You could be a villain or you could be a sidekick. Up to you. And since Pickles was in here, I'll put him as one of the sidekicks. Doesn't matter to you? Alright, you'll be the villain. Okay, and then we need 1 more male, 1 more female. Let's see. We'll have Pika be female sidekick too. And male. Let's put in. Put in Reaper. Okay. Now, what should be my item of desire? My special item, my precious. What should be my precious? Hmm. You know what? We'll say sausage. All right. The author of this crazy story is going to be. Let's take a random name out of the server. You know what? We'll blame Walter for this craziness. Let's say Walter was drunk. Alright, and setting any, let's make our story. Okay, so we already had that before. Okay, this is a good one. Alright, so let's do this in style 2. And let's do some blood on here. Okay, there we go. So we'll do this one, and then we will wrap up stream. I think I need a break. And I need to figure out what's wrong with my internet. If I can. The Revenge of the Sausage by Walter. So anything that happens in the story, guys, blame it on Walter. Leah was taking a shower this hot day. I'm sorry, Leah. She was naked, enjoying the water dripping over her wet, naked body. She was washing the blood off her body from the recent monsters she had just killed. The water smoothly rolled over her firm breasts. The blood dripped off like whipped cream in the ocean. The water dripping down her. I'm assuming it's supposed to be boobies. Bobby, boobies. Ow, ow, she said from the pleasure. She had just finished doing doinking using a dress. What? And I changed genders. Oh god, this is broken. She was dreaming of Crystal's manly lance pulsating inside her. Earlier that day, she found out Crystal's little secret she kept between her legs. Wow. Wow. Okay. This is so confusing. Then suddenly, Crystal walked in. Sorry, I have to interrupt you naked in the shower, but we must go. What? I'm taking a shower. I'm naked. Can't you see that? Yes, I can see that you were naked in the shower, Crystal said. But we must go. Death Whisper's back. What? Not Death Whisper. She punched the shower head out of anger. Yes. Oh. She got out of the shower and put some clothes on her hot, steaming, naked body. Wow. After she was no longer naked, they left to defeat Death Whisper. Along the way, they ran into Reaper, who joined them on their quest. I will join you on your quest to defeat Death Whisper, said Reaper. Thanks for joining us on our quest, said Crystal. Yes, we need your help to defeat Death Whisper, said Leah. So Leah, Crystal, and now Reaper left by Pterodactyl for their epic quest to defeat Death Whisper. Pika stopped and gazed into space. Oh no, it was happening. She couldn't help thinking about Crystal again. She tried not to, desperate not to avoid all the things that would not be held back. But like a dozens of unstoppable phoenixes, they came creeping forward until they filled her brain. Crystal's smile shined like gold, as impressive as Mars, filled it with the manor house, and Pika was helplessly but willingly absorbed into them. Crystal's eyes were like gala apples. If you rolled them, they would go quite far. What the hell is this? I'm not high or drunk enough to understand this. Walter, what the hell? Crystal's legs were like a guy on stilts, straight and tight. Crystal's chest was like a loyal follower's, powerful and impossible to ignore. So I changed genders. I'm now a dude. How could Pika not be helpless in the face of that? I mean, sure, Pika and Crystal had sex with each other before when they met at a club once, but it was just a casual thing. One of many that night. Before things got messy, Pika snapped out of it, but the thoughts of Crystal would be back. Would she be able to resist next time? But then, it turned out Crystal's lover had been secretly sleeping with Death Isper. She had been having sex with her a lot, okay? Death, apparently you changed genders too. I think we switched genders. I am a man and now you are a girl. Crystal was angry about this. She felt she should be the only one to thrust his manliness into her. He was also concerned with AIDS. Wow, this is so freaking... What? The pain, the incredibly agonizing suffering she felt going through her heart, down her spine, into her colon, and leaving his body through her anus once more. Wow, maybe I'm gender fluid? Hermaphrodite? Maybe? She was going to take revenge on both of them and everyone. She grabbed her spiked bayonet, her rifles, and his musket with M6-like ammo loaded, and of course her trusty rocket launcher. This is from somebody who doesn't know anything about guns. Then she went onto the street, scaring everyone in sight. Everyone knew she was out to take revenge. The cops hide, so did the thieves and the beggars and the ladies, until there wasn't a single living being on the street. She went into his flying biplane and forced his pilot at gunpoint to fly him to the base of Death Isper. There she would take his revenge. The base of Death Isper was crowded with guards, all bearing heavy arms and slingshots. And those that didn't have weapons had a big twin machetes and double-edged katanas. Those are weapons, honey. As he flew closer, Crystal grabbed his semi-automatic rifles, pointed and fired at a group of thugs who were outside for a smoke. A rain of blood came down with limbs scattered everywhere. The Death Isper's flying machine was also colored red, and Crystal believed she could see someone's eyebrow sticking against the glass. Should have dodged that, she said manly. Interlude. Pika was finding it really hard to concentrate at this moment. Her thoughts kept trying to think of Crystal. Despite what was happening, it was hard to focus. And then, at the worst possible moment, it happened again. Pika gazed at Crystal. It was impossible to resist this time. Like a horse in carriage, Pika was pulled towards her. It was like a guerrilla tactics in war. It was like the Uzis piercing through her heart and lower regions of the body. It was like magnets. There was no resisting, no mercy, no pants. No longer anything else mattered. That sounds on par for Pika. Crystal looked shocked and then not shocked. She had known all along, of course. How could Pika have been so stupid? Those long looks at each other, the times they gazed at the stars together in the candlelit dinners, the steamy showers, the nonstop sex. I wish. It wasn't just friendship. It never was. It was more, and Crystal had known it all along. I knew, Crystal said. Oh, Pika said, realizing all this for the first time. But there was more. Crystal wasn't pulling away. She was pushing tighter, holding Pika like a wild lynx. At some point, their clothes came off. They got ripped in the process of the passioning. She didn't care. This is what she had needed for so long. Too long. Decade, maybe more. Now I feel attacked. Pika and Crystal together at last. They canoodled like lovers and made love with their naughty bits. They took it in turns, inserting their bits into each other. Pika inserted her bit into Crystal, then Crystal inserted her bit into Pika. They repeated this a few times. Toys were used, obviously. Afterwards, when they had finished cleaning their bits and looked at each other longingly, but they knew they must leave. They didn't want anyone to see. Pika took one last look at Crystal. Goodbye, my snuggly one. Love you too, my one and only Pika. Then they departed. You can never beat me. I'm indomitable, said Death Isper. Oh, I beat you, you villain, you. You'll run back crying to your mama. The hot one, that is, the one that wasn't killed while doing swordplay. Wow. Mwahaha, I don't need no mother. I am, after all, invincible. After that, Crystal leapt down onto the volcano plateau. She was just in luck because she had managed to jump on it but didn't fall into it. It would have been a short story if she had fallen into it. There was lava around her. The hotness made her sweat with anticipation. Reaper called to her. Are you all right, honey bunch? You fell quite hard. I am always hard for you, baby. I'm an expert at falling, spoke Crystal, especially with girls. You know, that is something we would say to each other, wouldn't it? At that moment, lava erupted around him like a climaxing penis. Wow. Deathesper stood looking at our hero, his cape flapping in hotness. Okay. He bared an expression of smugness. I told you I'm invincible. I cannot be killed. I cannot die. I cannot breathe. And I have this. Suddenly he held the sausage aloft. This is what you want. Oh my God. This is what you need, but it is mine now. You can't stop me. No, not the sausage. Yes, the sausage. The sausage, gasped Leah. Yes, the sausage. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning went through in the air, striking left and right, but not hitting the lava plateau they were standing on. The villain lit up dark in the flash of lightning, his features scary. Laughing as he stood there, he approached Crystal. Give up and go home. Leah doesn't love you anyway. How dare you? That's not true. I have sex with her every other night. Oh? And the other nights? Crystal ran forward and fought him by slashing into him while Deathesper evaded his attack and shoot fire from his fingertips. But every time she hit Deathesper, he just smiled and hit him back. In between dodging lava ejaculations, Deathesper said, You cannot beat me. Never. She yelled hard. Then you will lose, and I will win and destroy everything you care for. I hate you, said Crystal, and ran towards him with her 12-inch weapon drawn. Oh, mine's bigger than yours, Death. Pathetic human, you cannot beat me since I have the incinerator. No, you have created it? What have you done? Oh, it was just a simple thing, with the help of your friend, he said while dodging another lava ejaculation. I finished it yesterday. Oh my, a lovely night we had. Me and my full 10 inches. Oh yes. Ha! I'm 2 inches bigger. You're a monster and you will die, you monster. Crystal ran towards Deathesper, dodging a fireball, leaping towards the plateau in the lava, dodging a lava ejaculation. Landing on a rock, she surfed like Legolas in Lord of the Rings on his skateboard towards the villain again, who in turn laughed out loud and smirked and took another fireball in her hands because she really wanted to kill the crystal. Now, shouted our hero, and hero, sex hisher, female companion lifted her top, and Deathesper was distracted by the bouncing blobs of woman flesh. Oh my God. The bobs have distracted you, Death. The bobs got you. You were distracted. Using this to his utmost tactical advancement, Crystal grabbed the sausage from Deathesper and stabbed him in his eyes. Blood gushed out. Ouch! While I had the sausage, I could not be harmed, but now it was taken from me. I can and was harmed. And it hurt. He staggered around and grabbed into the air as she was dying. You are all doomed. Doomed. You will die, and I will see your death come to you and your family and your family's family. Suddenly, an ejaculation of lava sprung up and whooshed him with its flames, leaving only his ashes. Crystal, Crystal, I love you, but we only have 5 seconds to escape before this volcano erupts. Then quick, let's have sex. Oh my God, that's a literal quickie. After a quick round of monkey business, Crystal spoke. We must leave and leave this place behind, said Crystal, and left this place behind. Just in time, when the last second of the clock was about to tick, Crystal and the sidekicks got out and everything crashed behind her, leaving only smoke and dust and stones behind the rubble. And they all made love by fucking each other. The end. the hell did we just read? And you see, some of it, had it played out, would be true. Death would be distracted by Bob's. That's true. I would want the sausage. That is also true. Me and Pika being lovers, most likely true. Me and Leah being lovers, not so much. I love you like a sister, sweetie. But, yeah. Death, you are not immortal. You died the way, Wesker did. By the lava. That was interesting. That was pretty funny. But yeah, it was literally the revenge of the sausage, because without the sausage, death couldn't survive. What did I do with the sausage in the end? It didn't say. I just grabbed it. So it does that mean am I immortal now? Hmm. Yeah, that was kind of funny. And I think the word ejaculate wasn't proper in this context, but I think because it was improper spelling, it was supposed to be like a different word. They were using wrong words. But that was pretty funny. Nice to know they added new stuff in here. It's not just all recycled shit. Oh my goodness. Walter had a kid. Oh my. Nope, not happening. Oh dear Lord. This is a combination of the I want to have the sex with you story in the Russia thing. Oh, and I broke the load already. Yeah. Wait, what? The rescue of Reaper. I had my whiskey glass. I punched pickles. Oh, and Reaper and Death are together. And me and Pickles. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And a dragon? They were fighting a dragon? Okay, that's new. Death is super evil again. And the dragon is my father? Ah, he turned him into a dragon. Okay. And Reaper smacked Death in the face and ripped his head off. And my dad decided to stay a dragon because he was not evil. Okay. So random. I love this generator so much. I wish they did more, but there aren't that many fanfic generators or generators in general that are actually pretty decent. Sadly. But if I knew how to make a generator and do something like this and make my own website for this, I would totally love making a fanfic generator for people. But since I don't know anything about making a website and doing something like this, wouldn't know what how to do it or what to do. But it could be really fun. Oh, Leo's struggling taking a poo. Pickles walked in. Now I'm the idiot friend who worked at NATO. Pickles is the captain. Okay. Pickles and Leah together. It's just a database will fill in the blanks. You could do it with Access. I'll have to figure that out one day when I have time to sit down and work on it. I think it would be fun to do something like this. Oh my god. Leah and Pickles together. Woo woo. And you were singing like a virgin in a whole new world. Ah, goodness. And the villain and the hero walked away together hand in hand. Interesting. So random. Had nothing to do with each other. You and Pickles, Leah. Sent me to an orphanage. Worked my way out of there. I got blamed for something that wasn't me. Became part of a family. Something to do with Japan. Death and Pickles are together. I'm being trained again. I had a horrible childhood. And my commander in chief is Pickles again. Let's see. Ooh, woo, ooh, woo. Gasp! Their secret's been revealed. So they could sleep together. It's a negotiation. And we went off happily ever after, hand in hand again. I see a theme here. The villain's gone soft. No comment. Let's see. I was trained as an assassin. Assassino. Let's see. Oh, Reaper was the president, and he was killed. And I was in love with Reaper, and it stopped loading. Uh-oh, I broke. No, I broke it. The script is broken. Oh yeah, it's not loading anymore. It's broken. Yeah, see, unresponsive. Yeah, something went wrong. Okay, so it's my internet. It's not the computer today. It's probably something going on because of the storms. That's all right. But yay, it was funny to have that one back. I will try and do more research and see if I can actually make my own generator like that for you guys to play around with. Because with my ability to do proper grammar and spelling and stuff, because ashamed at me if I didn't know how to do that since I'm a teacher and a writer, I could probably provide you guys a lot more entertaining contexts if I learn how to operate a website like that. I think that would be great. It'd be really cool. Oh, that's bright. Do you not have dark? Do you not have dark version? Please? Why you gotta be so bright? Oh, sheesh, that hurt my eyes. But yeah, that was entertaining. Let's see. Any other updates I need to tell you guys about? The audiobook situation is going a lot slower than I thought because I had just recovered from being sick. My voice isn't 100%, but now that it's 100%, I'll get back into it probably starting this weekend. Tonight I'm meeting up with a friend of mine for coffee or for tea maybe. Well, I don't drink coffee, but I'll drink tea. I'm going to do some catching up to do since it's been a while since I've hung out with her since her birthday. Um, Tomorrow's stream, I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. I might hop back onto Elden Ring tomorrow to do some grinding. If not, maybe make my way towards the next DLC boss. In order to prepare for next week. I think we'll be able to finish Elden Ring next week. That is my estimated completion date. I'm hoping. Let's see. What now? This looks like spam. Yeah. Hold on. Let me translate this real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Korean to English. Free membership. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. That's spam, alright. Okay, so click here. Delete, block, and report junk. Thank you. Useless pieces of shit. What was I trying to say? I lost my train of thought now. See, this is what happens when I'm drinking energy drinks. I'm like all over the place. And I talk way too much, way too fast. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the audiobook stuff is slowly coming to fruition. Be more patient with me. Again, starting next month, I will start ordering new parts for upgrades and stuff in and around the apartment for stream. There'll be a lot more different contents coming in now that I have money flow coming in and I'm not so broke. First thing first is going to be my headphones, some lighting. I'm going to talk to the person I have about the graphics card and see if I can get that sooner rather than later. Gonna rearrange my room again and fix it up a little bit. Make it a little bit more me. And try to see if I can get mounts for my monitors so that way I can actually properly angle them instead of going like this and this between two screens. Because I only can angle it so much because I have short wires and I don't have extensions. So I'm thinking I might get just the dual monitor thing hooked up onto the back end of the desk so that way I can actually pull the monitors forward more and then angle them so that way I can look at both screens at the same time without having to kind of really move around and flip-flop between both. I think that'll be easier on my neck too. And then have like a little mounting station for my webcam so that way it angles down a little bit more instead of being like right here at this point of view. So you guys can get a little bit more of a wider angle of the room as well as any cosplays and any costumes I decide to use. Which, by the way, I think maybe tomorrow I might use some of the stream time to do a productivity stream. So that way I can alter the nun outfit for stream at some point. The one that Death Whisper bought me. I want to make the outfit a little bit more sexy because the outfit is pretty heavy. For a nun outfit, the cloth is pretty thick and heavy and it's not breathable. I can't really wear it during the summer, so I'm going to alter it a little bit. I'm going to tighten the shape up a little bit and make it a little bit sexier. And see if I can cut a hole in the middle for like the cleavage area so that way the skin can breathe under there a little bit. And then work on my wimple a little and kind of get more of a shape to it instead of just falling flat. And kind of get back into stuff like that and creating more cosplays. Granted, I have to do everything by hand at the moment because I do not have a sewing machine. I wasn't able to bring my sewing machine from America to here because it's considered one of the items that's prohibited through customs. I'll have to order a whole new one. As much as I hate having to do that, but I can do that. I promise there'll be more cosplays type streams coming up, more thematic or more themed based streams, not just me wearing like a tank top or something. But I'll provide more interesting and better content for you guys. So do stick around and be patient while we are slowly approaching the changes. I'm gonna go ahead and try to also create a logo or like a label for my social media accounts. I'm not exactly sure if I want to stick with only Nunas or if I want to try to find some type of other logo or icon to kind of brand myself for future related social medias and all that kind of stuff, just to kind of start generating a presence online more often than just being a content creator. Because again, I kind of want this to be a part of my career for the future, not only as a writer, but also as a content creator and streamer. Teaching is just a side gig. That is not going to be my career. That's just something to bring in extra money to help allocate for YouTube not having the pay system right now available. Um, but once that gets ahead and is becoming more stable, I will provide even more content, not just live streams, but also uploadable videos for you guys to watch on your own time, whatever have you. Those will include live footages from where I visit, where I travel, any like conversations or shorts or anything like that that I decide to do. And I know from Twitch, I still owe you guys some 2 thirst trap videos that I am trying my best to work on, but every time I record it, I don't feel like it's good enough because I'm just an amateur and I don't really know any good editing techniques for like the way people do their thirst traps on TikTok and Instagram. I don't have like filters or like any advanced like stuff on my phone that I can use to kind of edit it. So I'm just kind of I kind of put it on the back burner a little bit because I just don't know how to do it and make it look nice instead of cheap and choppy. But I promise those will be uploaded as soon as I'm content with the content that I record because I'm no cameraman and I'm just not good at finding my right angle or the right type of thirst trap that's appropriate for you guys. Um, Again, because I'm somewhat of a perfectionist at this, I don't want to publish content that's not worthy of your time and attentions. That's just the perfectionist part of me. I hate that part, but it's just who I am, which is why it took me a long while to publish the first book, even though there are still some mistakes. But it's not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. And I need to stop drinking Monster. I really do. I'm going to, out of sight, out of mind. There we go. What else? What else? What else? That's a lot of rain again. I was like, oh, the cicada, shut up. It's raining again. Um, Jesus Christ. That's not just raining cats and dogs. That's raining cows and pigs. That's some fat rain. Um, but anyways, I did notice that the bot accounts are getting more out of whack on my other social media accounts, especially Instagram. I get a lot of bots that like my either my story or my pictures, and then they follow, and when you try to click the account it says I am 18 plus, check my xxx dot porn video whatever .com. And I'm like, I have reported so many of these, and why hasn't Instagram done anything about it? And sometimes the reports come back saying that you have reported inappropriately. And I'm like, how did I report it inappropriately if it's inappropriate content to begin with? You see you see those things? Because they're like, the the profile picture is like right here at the boobs, or it's like a half naked chick on there. It's like I'm 18 female, single kind of bots. Those are the most frequent that I see on Instagram. The ones on Facebook are the ones that comment. They have like an automatic bot comment saying, "Hey, I like your comment. I like your picture. You look beautiful. Let's become friends. Send me a friend request." I get those a lot often too, especially in the public posts of like groups and stuff like that. I notice those a lot too. And now that AI has become more prevalent on the internet, they're becoming more and more frequent. And I am freaking annoyed at how many bots. I'm a small content creator. I'm a tiny content creator. And I'm annoyed with the amount that I get. I can't imagine being one of those big time streamers who have to deal with large mass amounts of bots on a daily basis or even on an hourly basis. I can't even imagine the number. And I'm so frustrated. I am small. I am very small. I admit that. I have less than 200 subscribers. I know I am small. I'm not, like Pokimane. I'm not like Asmongold. I'm not like, Charlie. I don't have hundreds and thousands or even millions of viewers or views. I'm just small because my niche is a pretty small corner of the internet. And I just literally started YouTube this year. So it's not like I expect to garner that much attention or go viral. I don't really do anything to make myself go viral. That's basically the difference between me and all the other people out there. I'm kind of content with not being in the limelight. I'll eventually get to where I need to do for YouTube, but I don't need the negative attention from going viral for something. Because I know for a fact that my opinions will get me in trouble. Because I don't think like everybody else does on a bandwagon. I have outside opinions. I have a difference of opinions. I'm outside looking in kind of opinion. And I'm pretty much set in my way, and I'm pretty much detail oriented in a way that most people won't see my perspective. They won't understand or comprehend my perspective because my life experiences are much different than theirs. And most of the time it's a generational problem too. My generation, when I grew up, I'm more closer to my parents' generation. So my mindset is somewhat between the millennial and the boomer gen. I'm like right there in the middle. Because some of my ideologies are boomer based and some of my other ideologies are more millennial based. I'm somewhere stuck in the middle. For us who are 35 to 38-year-olds, we're like smack dab in the middle between those two ideologies. And we're a combination of those two. Like, I'm very well aware that I am stubborn in certain things and not in others. That's just how I was raised, and that's the ideal system that I picked up on. And that's just how it is. And some people can't tolerate my intolerance to intolerant, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't care what you do with your life. You live your life the way you want to. But I refuse to tolerate intolerance. AKA, for example, domestic terrorists, the KKK for being one. If you're a white supremacist, I could care less if you fall off the face of the earth. I could care less if you fall into a volcano. I could care less if you go to the gates of hell in Russia. I don't care. You could drop yourself in the Bermuda Triangle. I'd be like, have fun. Goodbye. I don't care about politics. And that's a number one thing that a lot of people do not like me for, is the fact that I don't like politics. I don't like getting involved. And they say politics is in everything. And I'm like, I don't want politics to be in everything. It's my life. I'll live it the way I see fit. It's my independent life. Everything that I've done up until now, I've done because I did it with my own hands. I didn't have help. And another thing is, I am very well aware I am hard to love. I am very well aware of that, but that does not make me a bad person. It just makes me an honest person. And a lot of people don't see that as refreshing. So they tend to perceive me as either stubborn or too independent or not dependent enough on others. Yes, I've had friends disappear on me because of these kinds of conversations. I've had people call me a terrorist because I had anti American beliefs, according to them, that I'm not patriotic enough to be considered an American. I've had people call me the whore of Babylon. I'm the Jezebel because they believe I'm a whore and I'm a slut. Some people believe that I am narcissistic in a certain way because I don't bend and I don't bow or bend my knee to anybody. You are my equal or you're not. That's just how it is. And some people don't like the fact that I'm not feminine enough, that I'm not girlish, that I'm not girly or girlish enough. I'm a tomboy. Big deal. So what? Move on. A lot of people can't accept my foibles in who and what makes me who I am. They just can't seem to understand it. And their own mental problems or their own mental health or their own ideals conflict with mine, and therefore they make me the bad guy and expect me to take the fallout. And yeah, that's just, again, I know I'm hard to love and I know I'm hard to care for, but that does not make me a bad person. It just makes me honest and real. I don't like beating around the bush. I don't like lying to people. I don't like ignoring the truth. And I don't like not being honest or upfront with people. This is why I'm an open book. You guys literally know almost everything about me. You know more about me than my own husband does. And that tells you something. I have no shame. I have no guilt. I don't feel the need to hide anything. I don't have anything to fear. I don't have to worry about repercussions because everything is out in the open, which means there's no miscommunication. But somehow, even being an open book as I am, there's still miscommunication because people will twist words to deceive and to rob you and to abuse you and to bully you and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, I'm just an upfront, honest person. If you ask me a question, I will answer it honestly. I don't have shame. I don't feel embarrassment or shock or the need to hide or shameful or anything. I don't have that in me. Maybe I'm just naturally flawed that way. I don't know. But I lack those things, and I honestly don't give a shit about what people think of me. Because at the end of the day, their opinions, it doesn't influence me whatsoever. People could think I'm the scourge of the earth. I don't care. People could think I am the whore of Babylon. Again, I don't frickin' care. Because your opinion of me doesn't change who I am in the end. And it's just frustrating that it's a continuing cycle. The more I become social, the more conflicts I keep finding myself in because people are not willing to be open-minded enough to understand that people are going to be different from them and that being different is not a bad thing. We are all entitled to our own opinions, yes. But we are not entitled to shove each other's opinions down each other's throats and expect our friends to have the same beliefs as we do. You guys think differently than I do. That's acceptable. I'm not going to hate you for thinking a certain way. I'm not going to get angry at you for thinking a certain way. I only get angry if you think a certain way and you expect me to think the same way. Because that's not how it works. That's not how opinions work. So I don't know. For a long time, I thought there was a problem with me. I thought that I was the for the lack of a better term, I thought I was the evil person. I thought there was something wrong or something broken with me. But it took a lot of therapy and a lot of talking with very close friends of mine to truly understand that I'm not the problem. It's the people around me that chose to be my friend and not be my friend later on. That's the problem. I need to be more careful with who I pick and choose for people to get close to me in my life, because I have been burned time and time again with people who I thought I were very close to and then end up getting hurt because they decide to try to manipulate me into being the villain in their story. And that just makes no sense. I'm not an evil person. I don't wish harm. Well, I can't really say that because I do wish harm on a certain person in this world. Maybe 3 people in this world. But not people that I know in real life, in my personal private life. I don't wish any harm on anybody. I don't wish bad juju on anybody. I generally want people around me to be happy with what they're doing and, do what they love and do what they want the most in their lives. I don't want to put people down. I don't want to tear people apart. I don't like bullying at all because I've been a victim of bullying for many years. I don't wish that kind of negativity on people. But somehow these narcissistic assholes come into my life, turn my whole world upside down, and then leave me in a broken mess and expect me to be okay with it. And that's not a nice thing. It doesn't matter what your mental disorders are. It doesn't matter what your social, whether you are antisocial or not, is. You know the difference between right and wrong, but yet you still did what you did. And then go around trying to gaslight me, making me the bad person when I did nothing wrong. I'm just me. I'm just who I am. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. Not that I'm dissing on anybody with mental disorders or anything, because I do think differently. But you know the difference, the fundamental difference between right and wrong. And that if you feel bad about something, you know you did was wrong. But gaslighting somebody and trying to make yourself feel better is not the right thing to do. But honestly, in the end of all of this stuff, it's a lesson learned for me. And I have learned to take that pain and grow stronger from that pain. So the next person who decides to do this to hurt me, because it is inevitable of being somebody in the social media realm of things and being more social, it is inevitable that I'm going to get hurt again. But at least now, when the next time it happens, I can at least have the expectation of lowering that pain and be like, hey, I've been through worse. This is going to be okay. I will live with this. I'll move on from this. I'll be okay. I'm alive. That's all that matters. I'm okay. So it's just a constant acknowledgement of myself, trying to remind myself that, hey, just because this hurt you, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You're going to be okay. You're going to learn from this. You're going to grow from this. And you're going to eventually put it behind you and move on. And I'm generally trying to be a positive person, even though I am a very negative person. I am very pessimistic. I know that. But I do try to find the silver lining in these kinds of instances. And I'm trying to make myself realize that I am not the fundamental problem. It's the people that come to me and make this my problem. That's their problem. I'm not the problem. They are. It's the whole, it's not me, it's you situation. It's actually reversed this time. So yeah, despite what people have been thinking out there and whatnot, I wish them well. I wish them no ill will. And I hope that they learn to grow up and stop gaslighting people this way and move on, because there's so much more to life than high school mentality. And that your behavior is a reflection of what's inside you. And if you're going to be like that, you are rotten on the inside. And you need help to fix that. Because that's not a sign of being a good person. And it's just you don't want that kind of reputation. If you do, well, you're going to suffer the consequences of being the bad person. But generally, I'm a genuine, heartfelt person. I've got a heart of gold. I will listen to you if you have your problems. I will garner and offer advice. But I refuse to sit here and be somebody's whipping boy just because they have problems. So this is just my defense mechanism now from being bullied all these years and from going from being a happy, perky, peppy person to having to deal with now depression because of everything that I had gone through in my life. Everything's now stacking up, and now I'm facing the biggest thing that I've never thought that I would go through, and it's depression. And it's a reactionary depression. I'm depressed because of things that have happened, not because of a chemical imbalance or an abnormality in hormones or whatnot. It has nothing to do with that. This is all based on reactionary because of trauma that I had experienced over the years. And again, I have talked to a therapist over this for a little bit, and I have kind of dumped out everything, and the therapist was able to help me take it in steps. Be like, okay, sit down, breathe, write down exactly how I feel in that moment and what I can do about those feelings. So I found a very healthy outlet of just expressing my emotions and feelings in written form in a journal or a diary or some type of artwork, and then kind of look back, reflect on it. Why do I feel this way? What is making me feel this way? And then writing down solutions as to how I can overcome this type of feeling. And it has been working. I don't get those depressive funks like I used to a couple months ago now. I am actually a lot more optimistic and a lot more perky and a lot more excited about doing things now than I was before. Because going through those depression, what do they call it? Those fluctuations of going up and down with the mood swings and whatnot with the depression was really bad. It got to the point where I didn't really want to do anything. I just wanted to sit here, zone out, veg out, and just kind of sort of cry on the inside. Because I had no one to talk to. I didn't really have anyone to confide in about these feelings. Because again, conflicts of interest is a big thing. And I didn't want anybody to feel bad with my thoughts of certain people. So a lot of this I internalized and kept it to myself because I was like, I didn't want to hurt people. I don't want people to know how I feel about them in particular. I don't want, to make people choose sides on who to be friends with who and all that stuff. I'm a bigger person than that. I don't want people feeling bad because of how I feel about certain people. So therapy has been helping, and it's been working through a lot of my problems with dealing with certain mood swings about certain people, former people, I should say. And a lot of my trauma, even before all of this, was from 2 years ago when I was on vacation dealing with the deaths of my two best friends who died within months of each other. And around that time, 3 groups of people that were pretty prevalent in this community, 3 groups of those people vamoosed and basically gaslit me for things that I wasn't even involved with when I was AFK out of the community while I was on vacation and dealing with COVID on top of all of this. So a lot of my trauma started there because I don't know how to handle death. I don't know how to properly cope it. And a lot of people cope with loss and grieve with loss various different ways. Since I am so far away from everybody, it's a lot harder because I can't go to people for comfort. I don't have a shoulder to cry on. I can't go to the funerals because the funerals are so far away. I can't be there to support the friends and family who are also directly affected by those deaths. Especially the wives of those involved. I couldn't go to comfort them. So a part of that depression stemmed, or I could say a good chunk of that depression stemmed from what happened back in 2022 or 2021, 2022. That was rough. It's probably one of the roughest years of my life. And I'm still dealing with the fallout of some of those situations. But a lot of them I have pushed aside and moved on because I'm a bigger, better person than some of those people are. Grieving my best friend's deaths was more important. Yeah, it was 2022. A lot of the grieving process was more important than the loss of those ex friends of mine. So I had put the ex friends on the back burner until I came back to Korea when I was in isolation because I did catch COVID twice, once in America and once here in Korea. So I had to isolate myself from my husband for nearly 3 months because I had COVID for 3 entire months after coming back. And you guys had seen me while I was streaming that I was struggling with COVID. Um, but yeah, that was a tough time. And I can't say that I came back the same person. I was definitely a different person after that situation. It was just a compound of everything just happening all at once. And I wasn't capable of coping with it all at the same time because of all the drama that those three groups of people shoved right on me in my face while I was away, and I had nothing to do with any of those, and I wasn't part of the core problem at that time. And I was like, you know what, this is too much for me. I mentally shut down that year. I was not myself. I can openly honestly admit that I was not myself at that time. A lot of the times you guys saw me on stream, I put on a fake smile, fake laughter. I wasn't being completely honest with myself. And then it's the moment that I get off stream and the moment I leave the VC, I was crying. Because it was just too hard to manage and maintain at the same time. And that's why I took a small hiatus off of streaming for a couple of months. Because I was mentally, like, I wasn't there. I was just broken. And I was trying my hardest to get back to my normal self. On top of everything that was happening, because I was dealing with many fallouts of various communities who were just basically kicking me out for no reason. So I lost a lot of support and I lost a lot of who I thought were friends because of these situations. And I was like, what the fuck did I do wrong? Is it me? And it took me a long time to realize that no, it was not me. It was them. And again, it seems like it's a pattern, and the pattern makes you think, wait a minute, if this is a pattern, I have something to do with that pattern. Am I the problem? And if I am the problem, what can I do to fix this? It took me to talking to a really close friend of mine and the therapist to realize that I was not the problem. I was just a patsy for their problems. I was just the scapegoat. For some reason, I'm like sugar-coated sweet sour candy for narcissists to come in, use and abuse, and then walk away, leaving me to pick up the pieces. I'm apparently candy to them. And there's really nothing I can do about it except to basically be upfront about and be honest with my feelings from the get-go. So I'm going to have to be more blunt and more honest than usual as a response to this, because there's a lot more narcissists out there than I originally thought. And a lot of them come in and they seem genuine, they seem really kind people. They get really deeply involved in the community. And then all of a sudden something happens and I'm turned to be the wicked stepsister or the stepmother of the family. And I become the evil one suddenly. So it doesn't make any sense. And because I've never been as social now as I was before growing up until my mid-20s, I was quiet and meek and a loner and an introvert. I never in my wildest dreams imagined that I would be this social. And I never imagined the consequences and the things that happen when you do become social. Because I just wasn't prepared for this. I was not prepared for people coming in here to, give me a train wreck to fix. I thought people were generally kind and curious and care for each other. I was naive to think that everybody would be okay and like each other. I really was that naive. And then as soon as it happened to me, I was like, well, shit. I didn't think something like this would ever happen, and it happens. But a part of the process of growing up is to understand the problem, understand the experience you went through, grow from that experience, learn from it, and move on. Because that's really the only thing you can do. You can't wallow in it for too long. You can't hyper focus on it too long because it will destroy you. And I have seen way too many of these situations destroy people from the inside out, which is what led to one of my best friends committing suicide. I didn't see the red flags because, again, I'm all the way over here. I contacted him maybe once a month to see how he was doing. I would pop into his streams, see how he was doing. He would always invite me to play. Played a couple games with him. And we were IRL friends before I even knew he was a streamer too. And I was at a birthday party with a friend of mine who I didn't know also knew him too. And we both got the text message from his wife that he passed. In that's always a scary moment when you get a message or a phone call. And that is a phone call and a message that you never want to have in your life, because the moment that you hear it or you read it, your heart just drops. And since you're in a public setting, you don't know how to react. I waited until I was in a private setting back at my friend's house where I could break down and cry and grieve privately, because I was not expecting that. Here I was, enjoying a buffet with a friend, celebrating his birthday. It was big 4-0. And just suddenly you get a message that your best friend passes. And you had no idea what happened and why. And that's when survivor's guilt kicks in. Because now you're thinking, shit, were there red flags? Were there signs? Could there have been something that I could have done to help alleviate some of their pain? I struggled through that for 2 years, and I'm still kind of sort of going through some of the guilt for survivor's guilt for that. Because had I been more of a friend, had I been more vocal or more active in the friendship, just maybe I could have changed it so where he didn't have to think about committing suicide. And that's not something that you can logically say, okay, this is not my fault. I did everything I could as a best friend. It's not something that you can logically argue with yourself. It just happens sometimes. And then, lo and behold, a couple months later, I lose another best friend to death. But this time it wasn't suicide. It was a diabetic coma. Basically, his entire body just gave up. And he shut down. And he went to a coma and never woke up. So imagine me being on vacation for a couple of months, trying to spend quality time with friends and family, to get 2 groups of people shun you. Then a death happens. Then after the death happens, COVID happens. Then during COVID, another friend dies on a span of 2 months. And then another group of friends disown you and abandon you while you were away when this happened. And then I come back and I get all of this news. Most people mentally would not be capable of handling a situation like that. That would be too much for people. A lot of people would break. Some people would put themselves in a mental institution for a little while they get themselves back on their feet. I don't have that luxury. I call it a luxury because in Korea, mental health is taboo. Talking about it is taboo. Trying to get counseling is taboo because it's dishonoring your family if you have some type of mental disorder or a mental or health problem. So I didn't have that ability to be able to put myself in an institution for a little bit to get back on my feet. I actually had to do everything on my own again. So then a friend of mine recommended an online meeting with a therapist. And I got recommended to another therapist who could handle, what load I had to offer. And it helped a little bit. But yeah, this explains my mental state these past 2-3 years. And a lot of people Didn't know about this because I kept it close to my heart. I kept this to myself and then the closest people to me of what I was experiencing, what I was struggling through, what I was trying to cope with. And then you have these assholes over here spinning stories, making rumors up, trying to elicit negative responses by destroying my reputation and my career because of jealousy, because of narcissism, gaslighting, again, major jealousy problems in certain groups of people, and just overall bullying in general was another problem. So put all that on top of dealing with 2 deaths while dealing with COVID at the same time, and you get a whole smorgasbord of problems and trauma. And I have every right to explore through my own trauma while trying to be myself at the same time. It was rough. It's still rough. But I'm still doing my damnedest to be who I am truly and heartfeltly, and being honest and upfront about things. It hasn't been easy. Lost a lot of people in the process because they just can't or won't understand how I'm feeling and what I'm going through, or they refuse to be empathetic or sympathetic. And they use their mental disorders as an excuse for their behavior, which is not fair. You can't say, oh, I have Asperger's, or I have schizophrenia, or I have bipolar disorder, and then go and be a dick. And then verify and be like, okay, I'm a dick because I have Asperger's. I'm a dick because I have schizophrenia. That's not how it works. You're a dick because you're a dick. All your mental whatevers aside. You can't keep using your mental illnesses as an excuse for your behavior, especially when you know it's wrong. So yeah, I'm calling out those people who said that they had a problem with me because they reacted the way because of their medical whatevers that they had for their mental disorders. It's not an excuse. And there was no apologies given either for their behavior. So with all that said and done, I've gotten a lot better. And I'm becoming more upfront and standing up for myself more against people. I'm speaking out towards all kinds of bullies. And that goes from cyberbullying to bullying within the communities to just overall being shitty people in general. I'm calling people out now. And that's essentially what happened. Hey, Kat. It's going good. How about you? I saw the update for DVD. Now we have Tomb Raider going up in there. A lot of people are going to be Lara Croft. But yeah, that's essentially my mental status as of now. I'm becoming a lot stronger. I'm becoming better. I'm becoming more positive, or trying to be more positive. And there's still some people, exes from this community, I should say, that are still talking shit. And I'm like, I love the fact that I'm living in your brain rent free. But honey, there's a bigger world out there, and it doesn't revolve around you and your feelings. The fact that even though this happened last year and the year before and a few months ago, and they're still talking about me, really says something about their personality. I'm over here trying to live my best life the way I see it. I'm over here trying to be a teacher. I'm a streamer. I'm a writer. I'm a content creator. I'm an audio voice actor now. I got so much stuff going on. I don't got time for their bullshit. I really don't. I'm trying to make my life better than what it was before. But the fact that these narcissists and these tiny people with projection issues are still trying to come up in here and cause a rift in my life. And I'm like, you really think I'm going to be okay with that? You really think so? What voice actor? I'm recording my own voice for my audiobooks, Cat. And it's looking good so far. Because y'all wanted me to voice act. Y'all wanted me to whisper the whispered parts. You want me to purr and say certain sultry things this way. So I'm working on it, guys. I have been doing some voice lessons. So I have been working on voice acting. And I have been working on editing my voice content for my audiobook. So you're going to see a vast difference in the way I talk normally versus the way I read my book. You're going to love it. I have been working my butt off because, again, I am a perfectionist at this kind of thing. And I really want to provide the best quality content for you guys, regardless of what I do, regardless of what kind of career field I pick up. Even for my students, I give them the best content possible. So that way they can learn proper and not look like a complete idiot when trying to talk another language. You know? Speak another language. Wow. I failed myself there. But yeah, you guys know what I mean. But yeah, apologies for the deep talk, but it was definitely needed, and I wanted everybody to be on the same page. So mentally, I'm getting there. I'm getting stronger. Physically, I need some more workouts. I need to lift more weights. I need to exercise more regularly, even though I have been now because I've been walking every day to work. That's a lot of walking. You like potato. I bet you do, Reaper. Page rhymes with... Are you okay, Reaper? Are you okay? I don't think so. But yeah, a lot of changes start from within, so I've been working on that. The casting of Frank Stone DVD's Choice Making Game comes out September 3rd. Hey, they finally got a date? I'm excited for that. Although I had to uninstall DVD recently again because the game kept breaking. I'm having problems with the anti-cheat program again. It's about this time of year too when it happens anyways. So I had to uninstall DVD for now because I can't open the game. It crashes. Just constantly crashes. Most games that have the anti-cheat software on it is crashing. Fortnite especially. DBD, 7 Days to Die. I'm so done with it. I'm so done. Sounds like a skill issue. It sounds like it's a software issue. Has nothing to do with skill. Okay, has this officially stabilized yet? I think it's because I closed Chrome. I'm not getting any frame drops anymore. Maybe it is an internet issue today. Nothing I can do about it. But how you doing, Reaper? You been doing good? Was thinking about you earlier. We had you in one of our random fanfic generators. You just got home from work. I hope work was well today. What? Yeah. You had some fun time reminiscing with Death. You and Death were together a lot in some of the stories. And then you and Leah and you and Pickles. But yeah, it was funny. Again, yeah. Yeah, your Poppy Death. Oh my goodness. Why do you call him Poppy? Does that mean you acknowledge he's more dominant than you? Interesting. Baked pumpkin seeds are so good. Downside is having sharp turds. Oof. Yeah, because your body can't properly digest it. You can call him Poppy here because I know for a fact that he won't read it. Yeah, he's in here right now, bitch. He does read my chats. My goodness. You guys are more than welcome to join me in the VC, by the way, if you want. I'm not playing any games right now because my internet is not stable enough. It proceeds to uninstall life. Uh huh. Too late for that, sweetie. Spoke too soon. Yeah, my internet is not doing so well. And it stopped raining again because I can hear the cicadas. Taskbar management says it's the same. Task manager, what the fuck? I can't speak! I may not always be present, but I can always go back to the VOD. True, true. That is true.
Why can't you speak?
I don't know. My tongue was tied. I am high as a kite right now on Monster Energy drink. I am on a sugar rush.
You
A really bad sugar rush right now.
with the terrible product.
Uh huh. I wanted to try this ultra peach flavor. This is ultra peachy keen flavor. It's peach flavored. And I've drank like 2/3 of the bottle already, which is a really bad sign, which means I'm going to crash hard today at some point. I don't know how long this is going to last me though. You just found out today that energy drinks make you dehydrated? Well, obviously, because of the amount of caffeine that's usually in it and
Yeah.
sugar. It's going to dehydrate you, just like sodas.
Yes, between the caffeine and the sugar, yes,
Mm-hmm.
you quite dehydrate.
Yep. Which is why, like, after you drink like a huge amount of caffeine or sugary drinks, you get the headache, because that headache is a sign of dehydration and withdrawals. That too. But mostly it's dehydration. Pipeline Punch is the best. You've only tried it once. I have yet to have that one. Yeah, apparently we have this flavor. We have the blue bottle, we have the yellow one, the pink, the white, and the original. I'm still looking for the rose one that Pika talked about before, but I hadn't seen it in the two convenience stores that I walked past to go to work. I'm going to try to check the 7-Eleven around the corner and see if they have it. But they do change their inventory pretty often on a weekly basis. Or even the Ultra Rosa, those are hard to find. Yeah, I need to see if I can talk to one of the convenience store owners who does the inventory management and see if they know anything about when it's going to come, if ever, to Korea. Because there's only certain flavors that do come here, but not often. Turns around at the 35 cans of empty energy drinks. Jesus. I'm sensitive to caffeine. And I'm ultra sensitive to energy drinks because I rarely drink them. I don't touch them because I'm so sensitive. The first time I had half a can of the regular Monster, I got sick. Cause I
That's
was,
because it's a monster. It has nothing to do with caffeine.
yeah, it just made me so sick. Even Red Bull, I can't drink Red Bull. It makes me so nauseous. And now that I drink
Right, it's
this,
gonna sound weird.
uh huh.
You should try drinking Prime Energy.
What's Prime Energy?
It's you've heard of Prime, right? It's the Logan Paul and well, I forgot who else is all part of it. Their company.
Never heard of
As weird
it.
as it is, it's very smooth going down. Like you don't have any problems. It's actually there's a rehydration formula, which is terrible for rehydration, by the way, but they just added caffeine to it.
Of
So
course they
it's
did.
for an energy drink, it's actually pretty good, like health wise.
Mm. Usually drink one before hitting legs. Wimp. I don't need any of this. I just wanted to try it because of the flavor. It's peach. I love peach.
Oh, you're supposed to have a pre-workout, man.
Prime tastes really, really sweet. You don't like it yourself? Hmm.
It depends on which one you're getting.
Mm-hmm. See,
I
here I
like
am
the
finishing this drink.
strawberry ones. Very good.
Mm. Damn, now I want a strawberry daiquiri. Can I even find strawberry
Mhm.
daiquiris in Korea?
I have no idea. I mean, it'd just be tequila, right? Be the hardest part to get.
I don't even think they have Mike's Hard Lemonade here either. I might have to re-look at Costco and see if I can find those. Pre-workout tastes like two Red Bulls mixed together.
That sounds like you're drinking terrible pre-workout, man.
You tried most of them and you've all
It
been
should
extremely
taste.
sweet, plus a little hard to find since some companies make fake prime.
Yeah.
I see.
And what I find is hilarious is like there's somebody's trying to sue them for a chemical that can be produced from it. And what's
Mm.
hilarious is they don't even produce like it's from the plastic, right? And this is
Mm-hmm.
the same plastic that everybody uses. So like it's not like unique to Prime, but they're singling them out. And in fact, if I remember correctly, Coca-Cola produces like 10,000 times more of the chemical than they do.
True.
And it's like, why are you
Mm.
350? 350 what?
I think in his
Talking about
currency,
the Peruvian pesos
yeah,
or whatever you guys use, I forget.
I forgot to. My language ability just went out the window.
I'm just saying half the stuff that, Spain conquered was pesos, okay? Like it, Philippines still use pesos and they have nothing to do with Spain for a long time.
Isn't it simoleons or something like that? I don't remember. Let's see.
Oh
Souls.
yeah, what weapon Eldring were you trying to use anyway? I've been trying to figure it out.
Who, me?
Yeah,
The one Reaper has. Reaper. What's the twin blade thing that you were using that I really liked with the light and everything?
Sarah Poppy.
Oh my god. Euphora?
Europa?
Europa?
Oh, Euporia. Why? You want to be like a cheerleader dancer? Is that why you like it?
It has light coming off of it. I like it. It's kind of like
There's a
the
lot of
elder
weapons that
beasts.
do that.
I know, but his looks really
Okay.
cool with his stance and everything.
I
Just
don't know
looks
how
like
you're
a
gonna hit anybody with it.
it just looks like a fun lightsabery kind of expulsion kind of weapon. It looked really pretty. That's why I
Okay,
want it.
apparently you can slow walk forward with it.
Yeah, that too. It just looks pretty. I like it for the aesthetics. 3 more days until Elden Heirloom comes out. What's that? It's hard to use on bosses, but it's entertaining to use though. I want to try. Am I anywhere near getting that weapon, Reaper? Because I do have my stats set up to where when I do get it, I can use it immediately. Because I did put 25 into strength and I put 25 into faith. I've beat the fiery snake dude. Um, I just got into the the scary woods area where I couldn't use my mount.
The scary woods area, the area that I was bitching about the entire time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can get it right now. Nice. Okay. I like the sound of that. I'm at like level 218 right now, I believe. Oh, Ember
274.
Heirloom. Got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. Okay. It's okay, Cat. I'm not going to admonish you unless you like that kind of thing, like Reaper does.
I'm at 274.
You just got to head past the rot area. Rot area in the woods? I don't remember that part.
Oh, and here's an idea. How about we can do this after we do DS3, I guess. But how about we set up a seamless co-op session?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Uh, seamless co-op would be really great. And if you want, so we don't have to get stuff, I can just grab all the items we need and I can drop it for us.
Okay, that sounds good.
So like if you want a specific armor set or weapons, I can just drop it at the very beginning.
Okay.
Are you talking about me or?
Yeah, I think he's asking you.
Oh, I am currently level 274.
I'm at 218. He. I tried catching up, but I was like, I just did
Oh,
four
so
hours of grinding.
after we finish the DLC Reaper, we're going to be doing a Dark Souls 3 just to get it out of the way.
Uh huh.
And I was talking about doing a seamless co-op of Elden Ring because we it's basically where you summon once and you stay together.
Mm-hmm. That
But I
would
was
be fun.
saying, if you tell me what you want to use, I can just drop it in the very beginning.
You're 198. I'm higher than you?
Worse, because he's a tryhard. He doesn't think leveling up is good.
How am I higher level than you, sweetie? And you're on New Game Plus. How's that even possible? Damn. We definitely play differently, that's for sure. You might have to recheck. I see. Yeah, I'd be down to do some seamless co op. That sounds like fun.
It,
And I'm
it
assuming
is.
that is a mod I have to install?
Yeah, but it's not like you install other mods. It's like something you run next to it.
Okay, got it. That should be simple enough. How many runes does it take for you to level up? For me, about 300,000 per level now. It's like 302,000, I believe, right now at 218. Oh, and the rain's here again. And there goes my OBS again. Yeah, it's okay. So I see the correlation. My internet's fucking up because of the rain.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, but about 300,000 Reaper. I was using the Elder Beast sword and basically going down that area where you shoot the bird. I was going down that little embankment and basically just spamming out the waves of light towards the group of enemies and killing them pretty quickly. For every enemy, I think I get like 100k. No, 10k. What am I thinking? 10k. That's too many extra zeros. I think I get anywhere between 10 to 13k per one of those enemies, and there's like 15 or so, 15 or 16 of that.
You talking about the alphanumerics that you murdered?
Yeah,
You only get 3,000 per
about
alphanumeric.
3,000. Okay.
But yeah, there's so many of them in a site cluster. It's really easy to get.
It makes it
And
very
if you do it
fast.
really well and get lucky, you can do it in two waves.
I usually do it in two waves. I
Sometimes
followed.
one of them don't die. It's so
Yeah,
damn annoying.
I followed one of the specters that had did it, and I stood right in their exact location, did it in one swoop, and then walked up front a little bit. Did the second swoop. I got everybody. So that was the fastest way to get me when I got to 190. I started spamming that group of enemies, and it got me to over 200 pretty quickly in like half an hour. No, the little cartwheeling guys.
Yeah, it's the same area. It's still Mogwin Pal.
Yeah. But it's literally on the same hillside where you shoot the bird to cause it to jump the edge of the cliff. It's the same area. Makes it so much easier now. But I think I spammed and leveled up a little too much now that the groups take a lot longer for me to get all the runes that I need to level up. So I think I've slowed down on the leveling process. My eye is burning. Bleh. Yeah, the big OG farming area. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did last time. But I didn't go too far into the ruins of not the ruins, the ruins of blah blah whatever, and then the forest area. But I haven't touched those two bosses in those areas because I have no idea where to go. Have you reached the final boss, Death? Or the final area? Is asking Reaper.
No, no, I'm behind her act. I still have an area I have to clear.
Yes, the ruins of Ra. Because that area is so fucking confusing. I have no idea where to go. It's confusing to navigate. I have no idea if I'm supposed to go up or if I'm supposed to go down. When I go through the little ruins area underneath, where the frick do I go? That actually is the next area? Okay, so I kind of jumped too far then. The Forest of Madness is an optional area? Oh, did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I
You know,
know.
with all the guys you can't normally hit.
Yeah. I didn't know that was optional. I thought that was mandatory part of the DLC. But yeah, I did manage to kill the after death helping me a little bit, or was it Reaper? No, it was Reaper you. I did manage to kill that madness priest dude guy in the little castle place. The one that crawled and then pounced on you first, and then his second phase was just like throwing madness at you. Did manage to kill him. Why should I tell you if it's optional or not? Because you're a bastard. That's what you are. Hmm. I'm going to end up finishing this monster. This is bad. Somebody stop me. Can't wait for you to try New
Do
Game
it.
Plus.
Do
Hell no. For the other ending, don't remind me.
which ending do you want her to get? The boring one or the cool one?
Because I already did the one ending with Waifu. We took her hand and we ruled together. So I got that one. There's two cool ones. Okay.
Okay, so I know which one he's talking about.
Well, Waifu is meh.
Next time. Hey, we can do it. We can do it on the
The
next
seamless
playthrough
co-op.
with the co-op.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, because it's a cool ending, but you literally have to go out of your way to activate it.
Ah.
Like, you remember those lovely catacombs underneath Lindo?
Yeah.
You never made it to the bottom.
I did not.
You have to go to the very bottom of that.
I hate that area.
It's okay. We'll be with people. It'll be jolly friendship.
Hopefully, if I don't die so freaking often. The cool one is a
Think about using
pain.
hammers.
I gave up on that one on my first ever playthrough. Yeah, I'm giving it up on this one as well until New Game Plus because I don't want to do it. I hate that area. I can't do it. But yeah, after some Elden Ring and we do some Dark Souls 3, then we will do the seamless stuff and everything. Technically, you could still reach it. I don't want to do it. But for questline purposes, you already fucked up, I think. Yeah, I think I went a little too far already. I already know I went too far ahead of the storyline for some of them, so I know I'm locked out of certain quest lines to finish. Okay, can you stop burning, please? But yeah, I actually enjoyed Elden Ring more than I did Dark Souls, to be fair. I find Elden Ring a lot more compromisable. Compromising?
Okay.
Dark Souls is it's too I don't know, I feel like Dark Souls is more technical than Elden Ring, if that makes any sense. Yeah, pretty sure
I just think you like the weapon arts.
Death didn't tell you to find the Sunbro before finishing the capital. Yeah, I kind of fucked up on the capital part before burning the tree. I didn't think of finishing other stuff before burning the tree because I didn't think the capital would actually change anything. But apparently
Yeah, I
it did.
haven't. Yeah, I never told her to use. Well, first of all, she didn't have the stats for it.
Mm.
Okay, she'd have to respect to get intelligence to actually get to that part.
Yeah, I didn't upgrade or level up my intelligence at all. I'm a dum dum, a quite literal dum dum character. All she knows is brute strength and hacking and slashing. That's all she knows, with a little bit of faith, but that's okay. But yeah, I think maybe on my second playthrough, I kind of want to play around with the claws.
Which claw?
Um, which one was it? I forgot the name of it, but I do have it in my inventory. Um,
It has all the claws.
I think it was the one that we get from the cat guy we fought just recently.
Cat guy.
The black cat.
Mm,
The one that you just fought recently, Reaper, that I watched you fight last time. That you said don't get angry at me because I killed it first time. Yeah, Malekith,
He doesn't
Malakith.
have any claws.
Was it? Wasn't his remembrance? Oh, one of the remembrance weapons was a claw.
No, it's a fucking giant ass sword.
Oh, where the
And
hell
then
did
he has a spell.
where the hell did I get the claw from then?
I don't know. That's why I'm confused. I'm like,
I
what
picked
are
up a
you
claw from
talking about
somewhere,
claws?
but I don't remember what the claw was. Hold on.
There's some peace claws. There's the red bear claws. There's
Hold
the
on.
claws of night. Those are in the DLC.
I'm going to attempt to open the game. So if stream fails somehow, don't worry, I'll get you guys back up. I don't know if my internet right now is capable of handling both of this, but let's give it a try. Okay.
See here, what other claws we got? We got hook claws, bloodhound claws, venom fang, raptor talons.
I know I picked it up from somewhere, but I do have it in my inventory. And I played around with it a little bit and I was like, ooh, this looks fun. I'm not like Reaper who just picks up the biggest bonk stick and goes with it. I like speed and grace with my weapons.
Mm.
I like the stances that some of the dueling.
Reaper, I mod it right now. I have all the claws, sir. I have all the weapons.
Excuse you, Reaper. Remember, size isn't everything. Usually, when I play fighting types of games, I always go for speed, and usually
And, it,
I go for
and if
like
I wanted to,
dual
I can get
blades.
Fia's undergarments. Although you can get banned for having them in your inventory.
Why?
Because it's unobtainable.
Oh, the coding thing
Yeah, you
again
remember?
that you mentioned before?
Yeah, but you remember how Pickles is like, yeah, she has an item that if you've found in your inventory, you'll get banned. I'm like, yeah, that's literally her undergarments. It's
Got
it's
it.
it's her panties.
Got it. All right, OBS, hold on. Work with me. You're going to be okay. Don't overload. It's okay. You got this. Oh my god, my internet is all sorts of fucked right now. I will not be co oping anything today. How slow to respond that is. Let's see how long I sit on this loading screen. Sounds like a skill issue. It's my internet skill issue. And also because we're under a typhoon right now. It makes me thankful I'm not going out today because a good chunk of the rain that we're getting is today. Tomorrow we get a bit of a respite from the storm, which is nice for a change. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all next week, rain. This is why when I want y'all to come visit me, do not come during the summertime. Unless you just want to stay inside. But you're not going to be able to travel or do anything around Korea during these torrential storms. Death, do you also have the DLC weapons? Like all of them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh. I'll have to take a look at your inventory then and see what kind of weapon I would like if I don't have it yet. Hmm. Oh god. Am I capable of doing this at the same time? Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got this. We got this. Okay.
Sort of light, sort of darkness.
Ooh. I want to be darkness. Hold on. I need to. Oh.
Yeah, Reaper, all of them, including these weird backblades. They're very strange weapons.
Cool.
So your light attack is a melee, but you throw them. I mean,
I
why not? You go to the game twice, right? You can get them both, right?
Also, they're great swords, so they're just one handed.
They're straight swords, yeah.
Straight swords. Okay.
Yeah, why? What you want to see? Yeah, you want the martial arts? You get the footwork, the arts. I recently got the poison hand in the actual game, so
Let's see. Ooh. Okay.
some golem fists going on. That's actually apparently a really rare drop. No, you want to do martial arts? You got
Ooh.
footwork,
Martial arts would be fun too. That's another one I was looking at.
claws, perfume bottles.
This guy has most cool weapons at 2.
You're fine. This is part of the mod. It automatically upscales it to your highest weapon,
Ah, okay.
which I can turn off so it can be level 1.
Mm-hmm.
Shields are kind of a letdown, and so is armor.
Mm.
And most of the spells I've used have been terrible. I've tried all the spells for the most part, and they've been like, why? Would you like a Saint Berlin?
Just a blossom.
You
Circlet
can
of
have a
light.
blossom. It's a Dane's hat. He's the martial artist. He has the little monk. It's the lion monk head.
The jar head.
Yeah, I got lots of these Shadow Militia helmets from.
Plus 25 plus 10. This guy.
What?
I think
Oh,
Reaper's
we start a
jealous of
new
your
run.
numbers.
Oh my goodness, Reaper, you can install it too. It's easy.
Ooh, the Divine Bird helm
What's
looks cool.
it is now? What's hilarious is the Solitude armor.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually one of the best all around armor sets, which is funny.
That's the one I have currently equipped right now.
I know, because this is the Vergris, which is slightly more armor, but it's lacking in other stuff.
That's weird.
So I'm like, wow, the Solitude stuff seems to be like the best all arounder right now.
Reaper says he refused.
Yep.
He's just gonna play things the hard way.
Acer's dressed, Grave Bird armor.
What is the best light armor? Like, if I wanted to focus on martial arts for my next run through, what would be the best light armor for martial artists?
That's a good question. I personally would think that the Black Knife armor would be better, but
The
that's
black
not
knife?
not not in the DLC. So that's in the normal base game.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find it. And you probably want some of them cloaks, or even the champion armor would look pretty decent. Yeah, this Black Knife armor.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, goodbye for now. How do you like my weapons here?
Those are pretty cool. I like that.
It's actually does more bleed than my spear does.
Interesting.
Remember White Mask Viray?
Mm-hmm.
This is the weapon he has equipped.
Oh.
And they're maces.
Huh.
Anyway,
Cool. I like
so
that.
actually, yeah, I have the Black Knife armor equipped right now. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I forgot I have it on, but it actually muffles your footsteps,
Sweet.
so you can't hound you can't be heard.
So I can
So here,
sneaky
what
sneak.
else?
I like that.
I guess the Traveler attire would be pretty good if you're trying to like fit the part. Those are just big bodacious robes.
My goodness.
You want to be the Godskin Noble?
Oh no, 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 no. I never want to see that guy again. I hate that guy. He was so annoying. We had to fight him, what, 4 times?
Uh,
The fact that they recycled him over and over again,
it's the Bull Goat armor.
that looks like very saggy boobs that they decided to roll over their shoulders. It's in the right
Okay.
placement. This is what happens when you turn 60.
I do like the Black Knight armor though. It looks pretty good,
It does look good.
but it's still heavy.
Mm-hmm.
For the light, I wish you could arrange by weight. You really cannot. Oh, you don't want the mushroom armor?
I have the helmet, but I don't have the rest of the armor.
That's because you passed it up when we were in the cave.
Yeah.
It's the entire reason why we went to the one cave. Hey, you want to wear a robe? Yeah, upper class robe looks pretty good. Or do you want to wear a dress? You can wear a dress.
That's pretty, actually.
Actually, I don't think I had it on this character. Oops. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
Ooh, see, this is why I like the martial arts. It has a nice stance.
Now the special ability is stupid.
Really?
Yeah.
A little tiny Shuyoken. That's it? Wow.
And then this is the footwork. The footwork is quite a bit different.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the kicking is a little clunky. I see what they're trying to do though. A
It's still the
little clunky.
boom. That's what you get for a weapon art by default. Luckily, you can put a lot of stuff on it. So
Reaper's asking why not make this guy a furry lion like your Final Fantasy character?
how do you suggest I do that?
Mm-hmm. Especially since most of our characters have human-like physiques in
It looks like a
Hearthstone
helmet.
in this. What?
But you've never seen this armor?
I have not.
Yes, you have. It's D's armor.
Oh, D, right. It's been a long time since we heard about D. He did.
Well, yeah, he usually ends up dead, no matter what you do. Oh, modding? No, dude, that's extensive mod. I'm not modding any game files. Like, this doesn't touch any of the game files, dude.
D's nuts. Oh my god. Reaper, come in here and say it like a man.
I don't know. You want some robes or do you want some actual equipment?
Probably actual equipment. I don't want to be too squishy.
We got this furry stuff.
Look at a little bear there.
Well, I don't have any pants on. Oh wow, sorcerer leg wraps. Those are literally leg wraps. Hey, that would
Yep,
technically work with the martial arts vibe, though.
it works. It's aesthetically pleasing.
No, that I no,
Nope.
that's just terrible.
Mm-hmm.
A skirt? What? No shoes, just a skirt. That's great armor right here.
Uh-huh. You know, for the female armor, the more skin you show, the more you're covered.
I should use the perfumer stuff. Perfumers isn't that bad. I guess you go with like the shadow militia stuff. The shadow militia stuff would look pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I know I have some of these. I just gotta find it. I don't know, maybe different gloves.
Yeah. That's what I thought, Reaper. That's what I thought.
What do you think? It's not a terrible look. Looks like a shadow.
Death, do you have the ancient meteoric ore greatsword?
No, but I'm gonna go grab it real quick. That one.
Oh, it's a colossal sword.
Yeah, why would I have a colossal sword on this character?
Right?
Literally a bleed bill.
Reaper. Did you just try to one up death on this and you failed and you had to eat your words? You're cute.
I don't.
The one thing after
See, this
knowing
looks hilarious too,
all
by the
these
way.
years about Death is that number one thing you don't do with Death is underestimate him.
Sunflower headbutt. This
Oh
has got to
my
be so stupid.
god. What the hell? What?
That's the weapon art. That's just.
How is that a weapon?
What do you mean? Doesn't it look intimidating enough to you?
It looks floppy. How is that a weapon?
Let's see here. I don't remember what order to put stuff in.
Oh.
Hey, I can use it if I two-hand it.
That's like uh the Soul Calibur sword from Soul Calibur. Nightmare sword or Singford's. The Soul Edge.
Just don't like how slow it is.
Yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of big bonk sticks and swords because it's just too
Like,
slow.
look at the jumping heavy attack.
Yeah.
Did I jump or did I just swing it? I don't know. Hey, it's got a poke. All right, get some redemption.
Well, you just slapped him on the back. Ooh, okay. I like that ability.
It's not horrible.
Mm-hmm. Could be worse.
I just don't know if I could get used to this.
Alright, let's see here. Alright, Reaper, so this is my stats currently right now. I'm at 60 vigor, 35 mind, 51 endurance, 25 strength, 80 dexterity, 10 intelligence, 25 faith, and only 9 arcane. I haven't put anything in arcane at all. But yeah, I'm at 216 now. The equipment I was looking at. I was kind of looking at the whips too, but like Death said, the whips are pretty awkward to use. I just couldn't get a handle on the stances for the whips, even though the whips are pretty cool, but they just weren't that great. That was
There's a few okay ones if you're doing a Faith hybrid, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the claw one I practiced with was Bloodhound claws, and I thought they looked pretty cool on my character.
oh, the Bloodhound Claw. Yeah, I literally said
Mm-hmm.
that. Those were the
Yeah.
ones I mentioned. I'm like, which one
Yeah,
is
I
that?
just couldn't remember the name of it. Alright, have fun at the gym, Reaper. We'll see you later, sweetie.
Don't forget to do legs today, man.
Good luck with your legs. Come back all swole. But you still can't be better than my legs. But yeah, I have all these shields, and I'm like, I never use shields. Ever. Because I'm a dual wielder. I don't one hand anything. But yeah, all these weapons, and I'm like, I never really use them. Although I do like some of the axes, though. The
Axes
Omen
are hard to
Killer,
use.
the Great Omen Killer Cleaver looks really cool. The
Because
Death,
you gotta hit them in the sweet spot.
yeah, the Death Knight's long haft axe looks really cool. The N00na's pole pole blade looks really cool too, because it's red. The blade is in red.
Yeah,
Gargoyles,
I have
black
that.
blades. The Rivers of Blood katana looks really cool.
So the River of Bloods actually has the double slash weapon art
Uh
built
huh.
in, but it glows red and it's on fire, but it's the exact same animation.
Mm-hmm.
They recycled a lot in this game.
You could definitely tell, yes. The Godskin Stitcher is really pretty. It's a heavy thrusting sword. Let's see. The crystal sword's obviously cool because it has my name.
Mm-hmm.
And if I ever did daggers, I definitely like the black knife and the Reduvia.
Yeah, there's also a weapon called the Blade of Calling. It's a counter to the Black Knife.
Mm-hmm.
It has basically higher face scaling, but lower physical damage.
Mm-hmm.
But it does. They both do holy damage. It's weird. The only problem is holy damage is the most resistant damage type in the game.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Everyone's dead. And that's basically what I did for like 2 hours straight, nonstop, was just spamming that out and managed to get myself over level 200. That's essentially what I did. It wasn't anything too special. I had YouTube videos playing on one side, and then I had this game going on. I was just mindlessly just spamming it out. And I was like, you know what? I reached 216. I think I'm good for now. Um, I don't think I'm missing anything from the physics. I think I got all that I could. The Great Runes. Oh yeah, I need to equip the different one now. Um,
Great.
I could do Radon's Great Rune. Raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina.
Hmm.
What did that do for my stats now, I wonder? Oh, the hell? Did not do that. Okay, didn't really change anything. Yeah, no, that's essentially what I did. Multitasking mode. Good luck, Leah. We'll be wrapping up here shortly, anyways. I'm actually surprised I spent the entire time talking. And again, apologies for going a little deep today. I just felt that people need to know my standing and where I am in life right now. Not to, you know, leave people in ignorance. Ah, you're just watching Netflix? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I felt like people had the right to know what was going on, and that I'm doing alright. Just going through the motions of things and getting everything situated. I think what probably brought this up was because the death anniversary of my best friend was yesterday. Technically today for you guys, but yesterday for me. So it kind of brought up some of those feelings back. And again, everybody grieves in different ways, in different time frames. So I do it my own way privately. But I'm doing okay. I've had a lot of good memories with some people, so that's what really kind of helps me stay strong. But yeah, um, damn it, Reaper had left. I needed to ask him the question about the ruins. Watching Japan's first same-sex. Oh yeah, I did hear about that reality show. Let me know how it is. It's very progressive of them, and I'm very happy that they're being more open about alternate
You,
lifestyles.
you know, it'd be good for martial arts.
What?
The Royal Remains. It's that
Ooh.
dude that attacked you in um the Round Table Hold.
Ah.
That's light armor, and it
Okay.
kind of fits the build for.
Okay. I'll give that a try.
You should have a copy of it if you wanted to actually look at it. Don't remember where the hell it is though.
You follow some of the guys on Instagram? Ooh, sweet. You've got some nice looking armor in here. Don't have that many yet, but I do have some good ones. Let's see. So for the Abyssal Woods area, is there a second map that I'm missing?
I don't know.
Because I got a whole lot of shady area that's not completed, but I don't see a marker for a map. And then I need to go to the northeastern portion, past Rabath's Rise. So basically, I'm almost done with the DLC. I just need the lower southern region, the northwestern region, and the northeastern region, and it's completed. So yeah, almost done. So yeah, should be about one more week of content if I can figure out how to maneuver through the the ruins here to the northwest. And then the third area will be the Abyssal Woods. Maneuver through here and try to figure out how to get to the boss in this area. And then finally this area in particular. How to get up there. And it should be good to go. Yeah, that's where we're at in the game now. And I haven't figured out what I want to play as for Dark Souls 3 yet.
Oh,
Um, I'm going to open it right now and take a look at it. As soon as Elden Ring closes, and then figure out what kind of class or something that I want to try. Because I only
want to
did.
become another twin blade user?
Probably.
I'm sorry. Um, no, they changed the way dual wield works in 3.
Okay.
So it's only weapons that have it's built in. So basically, you two-hand it and you dual wield.
Okay.
It's just like the claws were.
Okay. So I'll open DS3 right now and figure out what I want to do, just to have a general idea. And then we'll wrap up stream for the day. Because it's getting close to lunchtime and I'm getting hungry. If it'll open, that is. Hello, Internet. Oh, that's bright. Apologies. Thank you. Come on. Really? They expect you to go through all of this and then click accept.
I actually don't have it installed. Haha.
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so we have Knight, Mercenary. They're a master at dual wielding scimitars with high dex. Warrior utilizes high strength to wield a heavy battle axe. A herald wields a sturdy spear in gentle restorative miracles. Thieves wields a dagger intended for backstabs alongside military issued bow. Assassino favors sorceries in addition to thrusting swords. Sorcerer commands soul sorceries using high intelligence. Pyromancer, adept close combat warrior who wields a hand axe. A cleric channels high faith to cast many and varied miracles. And deprived.
What you want to put? One of them starts with twin scimitars, I think.
Seems like mercenary is the right way to go. Okay, so I think I'll be a mercenary then.
Yeah, if you rotate your character, I think you can see the other weapon on the side.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. Okay. And then the burial gift.
It's all kind of like all over the place, so
Yeah.
um
Hmm.
if you want to make the first boss that you have to fight on your own easier, I guess the black fire bombs.
The firebomb. Yeah. Okay. Now this one's a lot more detail.
Yeah.
Ooh. There's a horse. I can make a horse on her forehead. Ooh, even a dragon. Ooh, some pretty tattoos. Ooh, even ooh, wings. That almost looks like the tattoo that I want on my back. Except not with an axe in the middle. Okay, cool. You do eye sockets. Wow. Much more detailed. Okay. Cool. So good to know. So I will be that class for Dark Souls 3. Good to know. Oh my goodness. Then eventually I will go back to doing the Dark Urge run through for Baldur's Gate 3, where I will edit the video footages. I will do
The patch
probably,
isn't out yet.
yeah. When it does come out, I will probably set up some recording sessions to do maybe an hour and a half, and then kind of edit to make sure that I get like either boring scenes or like me just like watching something or just like breathing or something, and just kind of cut it out of the video, so that way you can just seamlessly watch it without any weird interruptions or whatever. It'll be good practice for me too for editing videos. Um, yeah, we will do the Dark Urge once the patch comes out for it and the update is ready for it. I am so looking forward to playing the Dark Urge. This time, I will try to romance Minthara, but I am so tempted to romance Asterion again. Um, because the Dark Urge Asterion, woof. Or I might play as Asterion and then romance Minthara. We'll see. I still have some choices. We'll see what happens when the patch and everything comes out. Let's see. As soon as the 7 Days to Die stuff is set and it's fully out of beta and everything is stabilized, I will be playing it. Just romance who you want. I want to be a whore. I want to romance everybody in the game, but the game won't allow you to do that. Let's see here. Then once I go back to doing solo games or everything, I will play Death Stranding if the computer can handle the graphics. Should be able to, but with the way everything's been, might have to put it slightly on hold until after the summer is over. Then I've got Dragon Age 2 that we can play, which I have yet to play. I've only ever played Inquisition. So I've got Origins and number 2, which I've never played. Let's see. We can continue going through Final Fantasy VII, but I think I mostly finished that walkthrough anyways.
The Dragon Age 2 was the one that pissed me off.
Because of characters or the story or what?
So your decisions seem like it didn't matter because the same shit happens regardless.
Mm.
You don't really have a choice in character because you're playing as Hawk, the human of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're from Lothering, like from the first game. I know you never played the first game, so you wouldn't know where that is, but it's a city that gets destroyed very early on in Origins.
Okay.
And literally, it's like between the time your main character goes there and leaves is when this character leaves and gets rescued.
Mm. Okay.
I loved Origin.
Yeah, I plan on. Which do you recommend first, Origins or Dragon Age 2?
I would go through Origins first.
Okay.
Origins is kind of weird, so you're gonna start getting really long loading screens for no fucking reason.
You
When that
sad.
happens, just save, close the game, and reopen it. I'm not joking. It's just something it does.
Okay, I see what you
Like
mean.
you'll notice the loading screen takes way longer than it has been. You just close it. And...
Okay. So then, after some Dragon Age, we'll switch over to Kingdom Hearts because I decided to spoil myself. I've got all of the Kingdom Hearts that are available on Steam in their packages and everything. So I got all 10 games, including the DLC for number 3, which I have never played. So I've never finished number 3. I really need to because I want to know what happens. I'm a big sucker for Kingdom Hearts because it's so nostalgic for me. It's like everything in my childhood wrapped up into one thing, and I absolutely love it. Um, when and if I can get the peoples to come back to me about their schedule, I do want to do a couple of rounds of Labyrinthine because this game is just hella fun. I've only played a couple minutes of it because when I first bought this game, I had paid to help do the Kickstart program for this, and they only had maybe a half hour's worth of gameplay. But I hadn't had people to play with, so I only did like the first half of the chapter and then stopped playing because that was all the content they provided. So we'll do that one as a um, collaboration thing for people. Monster Hunter Rise is also another one I have yet to play. I'm going to try and nudge my brother and see if he wants to do co-op with me on this one. Because I can't do Monster Hunter solo. I just suck at it. Oh, we also do have Borderlands games. We've only played, I think, we played Borderlands 3, but I didn't play Borderlands 2.
I think
And
I have Borderlands 2, if I remember correctly.
and I never played Game of the Year edition. Well, I played a little bit of Game of the Year edition for Borderlands number 1. And I didn't play the enhanced version either. I got that one for free, I think. Origins is the best way to go through and then follow up with 2. Gotcha. All right, so I'll start with Origins first then.
Yeah, because your decisions do transfer over,
Oh, perfect.
and they kind of transfer over to Inquisition, but they kind of glossed over a large section of it. That's beside the point.
Okay.
See, what I like about Origins is even the evil decisions aren't really evil if you look at the perspective of the end goal.
Of course. Let's see. For Power World, we'll try and get a dedicated server set up for that. Um, been a little bit since we last played this, but it was fun while it lasted.
Had a really big update.
Yeah, I need to get back into this because there are more pals to collect now. Since the big update, so I'm looking forward to that.
Dark Souls 3 does not want to launch right now. I don't know why.
That's not good. Uh,
Like it says it launched and then it says you're stopped playing and like, no, it didn't.
Red Dead Redemption 2 is on hold indefinitely because my computer refuses to acknowledge the game and can't even open it.
Probably need your graphics card for that.
Yes. So this one, as much as I love playing Red Dead Redemption, I can't get my
Okay, ever
computer
want
to
to play online?
cooperate.
I'll play it. I've actually never played the single player game of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Really?
No, I've
Huh.
only played online.
Online? But yeah, I loved the first Red Dead Redemption. I wished they had ported Red Dead Redemption onto Steam. But for some reason,
No,
due
they
to,
refuse. No
yeah,
PC. Sorry.
yeah, they're just, I just don't understand why they won't. It's just so good of a
Well, they said they
game.
would. They said they would, and then they just refused.
Yeah. And I'm like, bruh, it's such a good game. I no longer own it. I don't know where my copy of it went to on my Xbox. I think it might have been digital. But since I'm region locked out of accessing the internet portion of my Xbox, I can't get to my account in order to play my digital ones on my Xbox account. So I'm shit out of luck with that one. We've done all of the Resident Evils on stream already before, so those are good and done. Um, Song of Horror, I need to go back and complete because we only did one chapter. There are 5 chapters in total. I failed my first run through because I only had one survivor left and they died during the second chapter. So that was rough. Star Ocean, I will get into. That's a bit of a grindy RPG game. So I
Star
might,
Ocean.
I might do some
Which Star
recordings.
Ocean?
This one is Last Hope.
I've never played that one. I only played second story.
Yeah, I've played. The only Star Ocean I played was Till the End of Time. That's the only one I've ever done, and I think that was on my PlayStation 2, I believe. Let's see. The Tales of Berseria, the Tales of Symphonia, and the Tales of Zestra I will do on my own. Again, a lot of these big JRPGs, they're grindy, they're kind of long. So I will do my own recordings of that and provide the content later after some editing. Um, so we completed Tell Me Why. That was a pretty good game. We completed Twin Mirror. That was also really good. Voltaire the
Here's another game you can have, but you might need to wait for your graphics to upgrade.
Uwu. Yeah, there's a lot of games on my list that I need to wait for my graphics card update in order to be able to play. Because a lot of them are just heavy. A Plague. Oh my god. I was actually looking at that earlier. What is the minimum specs for this one? Okay. GeForce GTX 970. Additional notes, 30 FPS, 1920 by 1080 and low, DirectX 12 feature, level 12, and shader model 6.0 are needed. For minimum. That's minimum. Yeah, it's gonna have to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably play it on my own, but I wouldn't be able to record it or to stream it. That's pretty hefty.
No, I don't even know if you do that. Not so. A 970 would be about the equivalent of a 1060 for you.
Ah,
You have a 1050.
1050. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. Um, and at some point, because of all the massive updates and add-ons onto the Witcher game, I intend to do my new game plus on stream for The Witcher. I've only ever beaten the game once, one run through, which took me over 200 hours. I had I had a lot of fun. A lot of it was just being idle on Gwent, because there were some side quests you had to do Gwent, and I'm like, why? I suck at Gwent. So a lot of these hours will just be basically just me redoing Gwent over and over and over and over again, not getting it. But they did add a red kit for modding, and they had an update to it. The next gen update patch, the big one here. So they have all of that. And I'm looking forward to the new content that they added on top of the base game. Now, no, I played the. Did I do it once or twice? No, I did it twice. I played The Witcher twice. on two separate accounts. Because one, I focused my romance line on Yennefer, which is where I got to that part where we had sexy time on a inflatable horse unicorn thing. Then the other one was with Trish.
Trish.
Tri- I think.
I don't like Yennefer.
I didn't like Yennefer either. I'm not a big fan of her character. She's so bitchy.
Yeah, she's the canonical couple for him, which is stupid.
Nah, I never shipped them together. I was like, Geralt, he doesn't need her.
Come on, if I would choose between a redhead or a brunette,
Go for the redhead, right?
pretty much.
Plus, she was a lot cooler. She was more of an intriguing character than Yennefer was. Yennefer's like, blah,
She
blah, blah.
is. She
My
also has.
pain. I had to sacrifice so much for this magic. And then you have the redhead over there looking all sultry and sexy and being all pretty cool and awesome and kick ass. And I'm like, yeah, there's no contest between these two. But because Yennefer is the main love interest, everybody went straight to Yennefer. And I'm like, no, boring.
It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I just simplified it for the sake of not, giving any spoilers in case nobody's played it or watched the show. Oh, yeah, and the fact that the horse, when they got to a weird part in the game, the horse quoted the Labyrinth movie, and I was like, did they just make a Labyrinth reference? I was. I'm so glad no one was around me because I was like, oh my God, oh my God. I was freaking the frick out because I caught that little pop culture reference of my most favorite movie of all time. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy. David Bowie would be rolling in his grave right now if he had heard that too. God rest our Goblin King. But yeah, we will do a full Witcher one run through, but there'll be certain scenes I might have to cover up due to its sexual nature. So, and because boobs, boobs everywhere. It's always boobs.
It's fine. As long as it's not the entire permissible game.
I know, but still, some people can be a little bit sensitive about nudity. Yeah, we will also do that too. So that's a couple of the games that I have currently that we will add on. So I've got some solo games, some co-op multiplayer games that we're going to be switching between. Gaming is not the only thing we're going to do on this channel. I'm going to start bringing out more podcasts, start doing more collabs with people about certain topics of interest, conversations. Some educational, some just for entertainment. Like, what's that thing called?
No, the romances are going to disappoint you in the Dragon Age series.
I'm not surprised. I did like Inquisition's romances, though, minus Egghead. We're not going to talk about Solus.
Well, no. The romances were good. But Dragon Age Inquisition was the first time they actually did anything.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Because I kind of did it out of
Like,
order.
yeah, so like Origins, you get this weird thing where you're in your underwear. I mean, that's kind of it. Dragon Age 2, you don't even get that. You usually get like a weird makeout scene
Oh,
that just fades to black before anything happens. And I'm like, okay.
that's so vanilla of them.
It has like Inquisition. They're like, fuck it, let's go.
Damn. But yeah, the first time I played a Dragon Age game was Inquisition, and my first love line was Solus, Mr. Egghead. And I bent over backwards doing all of the quest lines for him and his character and his storyline. And what do I
See,
get in
my
the
first
end?
romance wasn't that.
Oh shit, what was her name? The cool bird lady.
Did you say bird lady?
Shit, what's her name? I can't remember. Shit, what was her name? Hold on. Uh, oh my gosh, there's so many freaking characters. Uh,
Are you talking about Liliana?
was that her?
I mean, you couldn't romance her in Inquisition, but you can romance her in Origins. You can have a couple of threesomes with her in Dragon Age 2.
Was it Cassandra that you picked?
No, actually, my first romance was Sarah.
Oh, Sarah. Okay. You know, the
I
elven
was
room.
actually playing a female Kunari because I wanted to know what they looked like.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
Egghead.
my curiosity aligned with Sarah's very adequately. Oh, a
That it
female
did.
Kunari. Arr.
So my first line was Soulless, then my second was Iron Bull.
Yeah, and if you play a mage in Origins, you'll actually meet Colin in the very beginning of the.
And then
He's just a scrub.
my third only gay couple I ever had was with Dorian. I was like, why can't I be female and love
See,
Dorian
Dorian's
too?
was okay, but I just couldn't after I saw him and Iron Bull get together.
Oh no.
It's like Sarah and Dagna get together too.
Oh goodness.
It's so
I never saw Blackwall as an interest. He just wasn't an interesting character. He lacked it.
Rainier.
Mhm.
No, I did like Cassandra's. I liked Cassandra from the movie. You ever watch the movie?
There's a Witcher movie? I mean, not a Witcher movie, a Dragon Age movie?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
yeah, they have animated.
I did not know that. Hey, Tony,
Uh,
what's up?
Let me see if I still have access to it. All right, so originally I bought it for Microsoft Zune. Okay, so let me see how I can access.
What's a Dragon Age movie? Why? Why did you go to Korean? Hello? It's called Dawn of the Seeker? It came back in 2012. I never knew this existed.
Hmm? It's about Cassandra.
Down with the sickness? Oh no, you're sick too now, Tony? That's not good. In the land of Olias, where battles are fought with swords and magic, a young heroine rises as Templars, mages, and dragons clash. Cassandra, a brash and beautiful seeker, must stop a conspiracy that threatens the realm's most powerful religious order, the Chantry of Andraste.
I found it.
Oh God, bright light, bright light! I
Yeah, if you
can't
want to
read
watch it
this.
sometime, we can.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't know a movie like this existed. Where the frick was I? In 2012? Oh, I was working. That was when I was really into
You were
my
a working girl.
I that's when I was doing my bouncing job as well as my private not social security, private security business. So I was working nights and sleeping days. So I was completely out of the loop of movies in 2012. Unfortunately, yeah, a bit of a sore throat, cough, and a minor fever. Well, I hope you get better soon, Tony.
It's a little more than an hour long, but it's really good.
Okay. How the frick did I not know about this? I'm a fake fan. I'm a fake frickin' fan. How did I not know? Why am I getting messages here?
Well, like I said, I had to buy it on the Zune store, okay? And the Zune's dead.
Hmm.
Luckily, it's still in my Microsoft library.
Interesting. But yeah, so those are the core games that we're going to be focused on stream and off stream for recordings. Collabs, multiplayers, co-ops, all of that stuff is what we're going to be doing. But on top of that, again, we're going to do. It's been a while since we've done podcasts, but we're gonna kind of slide that in. Um, Eventually, Ryoku. Eventually, we'll do The Witcher. Because I'm on New Game Plus 2 now, I believe. So yeah, and I'm like a 100%er. I'm like an achievement whore in this game. I've almost gotten all of the achievements. I'm just slacking on some of them for Gwent because I haven't collected all of the cards and I haven't done all of the side missions to do Gwent games with all of the NPCs that you can do. Yeah, I hate Gwent with a passion because I suck at it. My cards are never good enough. I'm so annoyed with it. The game is fun, but I just suck. I'm helping somebody trying to get hired back here in Korea. You like thinking really hard about it. It's fun to you. It feels like the AI learns. It's like learning my behavior and the way I fight, and it just constantly just bashes me down over and over again. And I'm like, how do I win this? It's so annoying. I'm like, how do I do this? I keep losing to the stupidest attacks too. I hate it. But yeah, we will go into The Witcher probably sometimes towards the maybe mid fall season. Seems to be about the right time for The Witcher. Um, but yeah, I'm excited to get back into it. There's been loads of updates and patches and stuff since the last time I played this. I played this back in 2022, and since then they've had like a huge patch for 4.0, as well as the red kit for the mod. I'm gonna check out the mod and see if I can implement it somehow and make my gaming experience more enhanced with it. Because I've already played the base vanilla game twice, and I kind of want to try something new with it. So I'm excited to see where I can go with that. But yeah, we will have those here and there, and then whenever another big sale happens, I have like 76 games on my wish list to go through, um, to kind of pick and plug in for streams as well. Especially the closer we get towards Halloween, I have a lot more horror games on this list that I want to pick up. Of course, Ryoku, of course. And even if you can't come into the live streams, the VODs will always be there for you guys to pick up and watch later at your convenience, you know? Yeah, there's Visage, there's the Dragon Ropa games, Madison, more of the Dark Pictures anthologies, um, the Slender Man, the Corpse Party, Control, Dead Island 2, Layers of Fear 2, Blair Witch, um, Corpse Party, Outlast Trials, Alone in the Dark, Skur Ritual, which is the sequel to the first Skur game that we played last Halloween, the remake of the Dead Space, Last of Us, because I only have that on my PlayStation 4, Reverie, Amnesia the Bunker, Paranorma Site, Silent Hill 2, which is close to $90 right now, which is crazy. See you later, Ryoku. Go get yourself some food. Until Dawn is still TBA. I had that on my PlayStation 4 as well. And Until Dawn is actually a pretty good game. It's one of those games where every decision you make changes and affects the characters that you're involved with as well as the story. There are consequences to every single action. And it's a horror based game. It's kind of like Final Destination, where death is on your heels and every decision you make can effectively kill off your peers in the game. So, and a lot of them is QTE and time based, so you have to think really fast with short timers. I learned the hard way because the first time I played through the game, I ended up killing everybody because I wasn't fast enough to save them because the QTEs are very difficult to catch sometimes. And then there's these small horror shorts done by like an indie group. There's the Bridge Curse 2, The Extraction. That takes place in Thailand, I believe, or the Philippines. And Night Security is a short Japan horror about a security guard dealing with paranormal and supernatural stuff at night on a regular security run at night. Buckshot Roulette is an interesting one. It's kind of like a weird tabletop game kind of thing. World of Horror was recommended to me. It was kind of like old style visual novel. Cyberpunk made it up to my list. A lot of people had recommended it to me since we played was it Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human. All the Final Fantasy games I put back up on here because I was like, I need them all. I'm a connoisseur of Final Fantasy. I collect them all, like Pokemon. Then we have The Last Faith, At Dead of Night, and Bramble, which are all horror games. Bramble is like Scandinavian mythos. Nightmare of Decay and Layers of Fear. The Classrooms. Poppy Playtime, both chapter 2 and 3. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff on here. So I'll eventually plug those in here and there once and figure out what to do. But yeah. I think I'll go ahead and wrap up stream here so I can go get some lunch and feed myself because I'm hungry. I'm just going to be chilling for the rest of the day. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to rest because yesterday was crazy with classes. And my students basically just kind of drained the energy out of me by having to shout at them so often to tell them to be quiet and focus in class. A lot of it was like, chip tune, eep. And I was like, my voice is so out of it and I'm so tired of shouting at them, telling them to be quiet and focus. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow, 6 a.m. KST, 5 p.m. EST. I think tomorrow I will hop right back into Eldering. So, Death, if you're interested and my internet is okay, we can do some more Elden Ring grinding tomorrow and maybe get a pathway to the next DLC boss, maybe. Um, but yeah, you guys have a good night. Sweet dreams. Take care of yourselves and make sure that you are hunkered down if you're dealing with some more storms and hurricanes and all that craziness. But make sure you take care, all right? Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you all next time. Annyeong. Mwah.